Oh, then that one's fine.
Sound check, sound check. Sound check, sound check.
It's much better. Turn it up a little bit though.
Turn up a little. Sound check, sound check. Sound check, sound check.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby, can you hear me?
Yes, this is Christopher Stubbs of his legislative aid. He will be here in just a second.
Okay. Let him know Anuj Choksi's here. We went to kindergarten together.
Okay, we'll
I did. I saw it in my email.
I call to order the regular city council meeting
Bring it up.
for February 17th, 2021. The time is 7:10 PM. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Julia Botel.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Douglas Lawson.
Here.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy.
Here.
Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Thank you. We'll have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Lanier.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Any person who would like to speak on an agenda item, comment card located at the front desk prior to the item being taken up by City Council for discussion. Members of the public will be given a total of 3 minutes to speak on all items listed on the consent agenda and 3 minutes to speak on each regular item. The time limit for public comment may be reduced by a vote of the City Council based on the voluminous nature of public comment cards. In no event will anyone be allowed to submit a comment card to speak on an agenda item after the resolution is read or the item is considered. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
None from staff, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have an additional community benefits request for the Riviera Beach Cares Homeless Coalition of $1,000, and I believe the clerk has been in receipt of the documentation, as well as Mr. Sherman and perhaps Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so I just want to point to my two additions, and they're not numbered, but they're at the very bottom of the digital copy of my additions for community benefits.
Okay.
And 1750 for Riviera Beach Cares, and 1750 for Faith Deliverance Church. And I would ask if we can add those as items 8A.
Thank you. Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, in the annotated agenda that was emailed to you all, it actually stated that it was going to be 8A and 8B. It's at the very end. The items were listed at the very end of the agenda, so it's very hard to see.
Oh, okay. I don't have it in my annotated version, so, but that's fine. Thank you.
And also, Madam Chair, members of the board, there is a correction to the name of the organization for item number 10. The agenda stated Trans Angels, and the actual name of the organization is Tan Angels.
Thank you. Okay. So would anyone care to make a motion to adopt the agenda with those additions?
So,
Second.
Thank you. The agenda has been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy.
yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes, the
Unanimous
agenda is
vote.
voted unanimously. Thank you. Could we have a motion to, excuse me. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine, and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Does anyone wish to pull an item from the consent agenda?
No, Madam Chair, but I just was trying to ask a question without having to pull an item. But is this correct that we're approving the August 26, 2019 meeting minutes?
Madam Clerk?
That's well over a year and a half.
Madam Chair, members of the board, unfortunately, yes. We are still finding where minutes were transcribed but had not been submitted for approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So, is this just something old, or is this something we can expect in the future? Like, how are they getting lost, or what's happening?
What is happening is when we get a request for a set of minutes and we go back through and look and see that we don't have them in the book, and when we check the records from what we received from the transcribers, we see that we received them, but they were not submitted for approval. And as you can see from the number of meetings that we've had, 2019 and 2020, we're just trying to keep up.
So is there a checks and balance you have now to ensure that whatever comes in, is
I'm-
tracked?
I'm constantly going back and forth, trying to make sure, comparing videos with notices to ensure that we have everything. And I'm doing, there are human errors that come in there along the way, but I always go back and forth trying to make sure, and unfortunately, I do catch where I've missed a couple of meetings or so.
Okay, so just hopefully we have some sort of way of tracking them so that they're able to get processed in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion is to approve the consent agenda as amended. If your name is called, when your name is called, please answer yes or no. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Votel.
Yes, the consent
Unan-
agenda is approved by unanimous vote. Resolution number 9. We have no presentations, no unfinished business. Resolution, I'm sorry, we have an award and presentation, number 9.
Verbal presentation of legislative updates from Senator Bobby Powell. Madam Chair, members of the board, there are no public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed for this item.
Is Senator Powell here?
I am here.
Oh, good. Good
Can you
evening.
hear me?
Good evening.
You may not be able to see me, but
You-
you can
you-
be sure.
Senator Powell, you're recognized.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to present before you all this evening. We will be going through our PowerPoint presentation. Real quick, it's not going to be that long. I just wanted to give you all a quick glimpse of what session is looking like this year and give you an opportunity, since I know many members may not travel up for Palm Beach County Day. I do have Councilman McCoy on my schedule, I think, to meet with regards to some appropriations requests. But if you all will not be attending, I did want to just run through what session will look like and give you the opportunity to coordinate and connect with me. Again, for those of you who do not know me, I am State Senator Bobby Powell Jr., a native-born Riviera Beach GN, born and raised in the city of Riviera Beach, graduate of Palm Beach Gardens High School, and of course, I'm always in the city. I want to thank all of our council members for the work you're doing, and the Mayor Ronnie Felder. Thank you, Chairwoman Botel, Councilwoman Shamba Miller Anderson, Councilman Douglas Alexander Lawson, sorry, Doug, Councilwoman Shirley Lanier, and Councilman Broderick K. McCoy for your work in the city. And I've had the opportunity to work with many of you. Just was with Councilman Lawson not too long ago, working on a nice presentation he's doing for the Black History Month. So without further ado, this is the legislative update, and we'll go ahead and move from this screen right here to our next slide. So here, this tells you about the legislature. Many people don't know what we do and know that we're a bicameral legislature. I am your state senator. Previously, 4 years ago, I served as your state representative. Now I'm in the state senate, which is a body of only 40 members. As a state senator, I cover more ground, and I represent 1 out of 40. Your state house, you have 120 members, and you have 2 state representatives. One is Representative Mike Caruso, and the other is Representative Amari Hardy. I am your only state senator for the city of Riviera Beach. As a matter of fact, the only state senator for West Palm Beach, Lake Park, Mangonia Park, all these different areas, and we can talk about that more for people who have questions. I get a 4-year term. I will be up in 2022, so hopefully I'll be ready to return in 2022 as your senator. And legislative session, although I'm in Tallahassee right now, yes, I was home this weekend. Today I'm in Tallahassee. I'll see you all. This weekend I'll be home, and then we're ready for session, which starts on March 1st. Legislative session is 60 days. That is the formal part of session. Committee weeks actually start much earlier than that. During committee week, we start the process of getting bills heard, and getting appropriations requests put in. We do have appropriations requests from the city of Riviera Beach that I will discuss in a moment. But for now, we have started putting those things in. And if you have any questions or any things that you would like to move forward with, please do not hesitate to contact my office. On to our next slide. This talks about the Palm Beach County Legislative Delegation. Just so you know, there are 9 state representatives in Palm Beach County, 4 state senators, of which I am your state senator. We'll move on to the next. This is the map of Senate District 30. Senate District 30, we cover a lot of ground. I actually am the senator that has the most of the 9 representatives. I think 6 of them are a part of my district. So I'm the senator that covers more representatives from Palm Beach County than anybody else. And these are the cities that we represent. Notice in emblazoned and popped out with a larger font there is the city of Riviera Beach. But just so you know, as your senator, I do also cover. Now, I am originally from the city of Riviera Beach, but I also cover Royal Palm, Tequesta, West Palm, West Lake, Palm Beach Shores, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm Beach, North Palm Beach, Cloud Lake, Glen Ridge, Haverhill, Jupiter Inlet, Colony, Jupiter, Juno Beach, Lake Park, Lock Statue Grove, and Mangonia Park. I am indeed the first person from the city of Riviera Beach to, and actually the first person of color from Palm Beach County, first Black person to serve in the state Senate. We move forward with our next slide. And these are the committees that I sit on this year. These are important. I sit on the Full Appropriations Committee. That's the committee that deals with the bulk of the money. This year, the governor has proposed a $96.4 billion budget. I sit on the Commerce and Tourism Committee. Community Affairs, that's important because we deal with a lot of home rule issues. Your CRAs and your local issues will go through that committee. Criminal Justice, the Joint Committee on Public Counsel Oversight. I am the alternating chair, and I'm also on the Rules Committee, the committee that deals with any bill before it comes to the floor. So before any bill goes to the floor, it either has to go through Rules or Appropriations, which means I will see just about every bill before it hits the floor this year. We move on to the next slide. And these are just some of the bills that I've introduced thus far. This is not even half of them because I've thus far introduced or have ready to file about 14 or 15 bills. Usually I file somewhere around 18 to 23 bills, but this year I've got reemployment assistance. This is important because 58% of the people who've applied for unemployment since we have been in the pandemic have not received a single dime. Now that's really, really important. People can talk about a lot of different issues, but the fact that we went into a pandemic and people who are on the front lines, people who are working in grocery stores, people who are working in all sorts of places did not receive the first dime because the state's system was trying to be politically correct and not the state system was broken and this affected a lot of people. Direct file of juveniles in the adult prison system. Councilman McCoy, when we work together, he knows this is something that I've been working on since I was a member of the House, actually before I was even state rep. When I worked for Commissioner Mac Bernard as his aide when he was state rep, we've been chomping away at direct file of juveniles in the adult prison system, and we just got our first hearing the other day with regard to housing juvenile offenders in adult populations so that they're no longer going to be housed with adults. Florida Bright Future Scholarship Program, we've got a bill for that. Minimum qualifications for law enforcement officers or correctional officers, and mental health training for law enforcement officers. I have been a big proponent for mental health training, as I know in our communities, one of the things that we do not discuss as much as we should is mental health. And for our law enforcement officers, that's very important as well, because we experience trauma throughout our lifetimes, whether it's been a death, whether it's been an incident that we've seen or that has happened to us. But law enforcement officers, that's heightened times 10, because these individuals who in their general course of work run into people who've been shot, traffic accidents, a number of things that normal people don't see. And this type of trauma, sometimes if left undealt with, can cause or create other problems. So we push that legislation as for our bills that we've introduced. Now we move on to our next slide, which shows you the list of appropriations. This is a big list of appropriations requests that we got in the budget last year. Now, mind you, the governor cut all of our appropriations last year except for 3. So we ended up at about 13 or 14 different requests we had made it through the process. actually, it looks like we had 15. We ended up with 3 requests after the governor made his cuts due to COVID. Now, this year, we have put in requests for the Palm Beach County Firefighters Cancer Emissions Reduction Project, which is $800,000. And you see, we actually had that in the budget last year. We had requested that same amount, and we didn't get that amount. We actually, I think we ended up with, let me see what we ended up with. We ended up with $400,000 through the process that was cut by the governor. The Palm Beach County Bunker Gear Contamination Project, $800,000 has been requested. We'll see what we get through it. The Female Teen Delinquency Prevention Program, we've requested $630,000. Of course, the African American History Museum and Library, we requested another $400,000. We are in we're in Black History Month. Remember, history is the clock that people use to tell their historical and cultural time of day, and I can go on and on. But community-based post-COVID acceleration initiative, $200,000 we requested for that. And then we also, once again, last year we had it, you see it at the top of my list, the Riviera Beach Early Learning to Kindergarten Pilot Program. We received $150,000 before it was vetoed by the governor. So this year we're requesting the same thing, another $150,000 in the budget for that. So that's where we are in terms of our budget. The biggest thing, remember, people can, who do not know about the legislature, every year, the major thing that we have to pass is the budget. It doesn't matter if we pass one bill, we do have to pass that budget. Now we'll move on to the 2021 major session issues. And the 2021 major session issues, change the slide here. The biggest issues you'll see that will affect the city of Riviera Beach and the state of Florida are the legislation that's being pushed by the governor and others as anti-protester legislation that will heighten penalties for those who are protesting if some kind of violence breaks out during the protest, creating some things that were misdemeanors before will now become felonies, longer periods of time that people will be held in jail. There were parts of this legislation that would have allowed people who were blocking streets to be run over. That has been stricken from the proposed bill, but remember, that was a part of this reform that we saw in September. Of course, me and the Florida Legislative Black Caucus on last Tuesday had a press conference to talk about police reforms, where we dropped 14 or 15 different bills into, we filed 14 or 15 bills related to reforms that we like to see, and we're still waiting to file our omnibus bill related to police reform. Unemployment, that's huge, because right now, the issue that I told you about, myself and Representative Anna Escamani are working on this, along with other members of the Senate and the House who have smaller pieces of bills. I spoke with Dane Eagle today. Dane Eagle, by the way, is the Secretary of Department of Economic Opportunity, about the system, and we're still working after over a year, or about a year, to still get that system fixed. Education, you're seeing where teachers have been paid minimal amounts for years. That has been increased, but still some of the teachers who have been working in the field for years don't see that increase. And also we're seeing that there's a push to push children into more voucher programs, more private school programs, which allows a number of different things to happen, and we will be fighting against that, but that is on the agenda, or on one of the biggest issues we'll be facing this year. Mental health and COVID-19 are always issues, or COVID-19 hasn't always been an issue, but for the last year, it's been a part of our speech, and it's part of our new normal. So, of course, most of the stuff that we deal with now will be centered on COVID-19. Those are our session issues. And as we move forward to the next slide, this is the vaccine update. As you know, we've done a couple of vaccine events with the city of Riviera Beach, in partnership with the city, in partnership with the state, in partnership with Greater Bethel and a number of churches in the community. Thank you to Chief Purd, the Post Chief, Chief Golden. Thank you to our police chief, Chief, why can't I think of the chief? Chief Osgood. Thank you to the city manager, Jonathan Evans, and thank you to our city council for showing up at the sites and working with people. As a matter of fact, I think I saw each person there. I did see, I can recall seeing Councilman McCoy, Councilman Lawson, Councilwoman Botel, and Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson. I know I spoke to each one of you personally. So thank you all for your work in making sure that the residents of Riviera Beach were vaccinated at Wells Recreation Center, which has done more than, at this point, more than at least 1,200 people, more than 1,000. And if we get an opportunity, I'm still pushing for the city to be a full-time site. If we can make that happen, that will be great, great, great. And my office, if we move to the next slide, consists of Diane Andre, Kirsty Miles, and Christopher Stubbs. Their email addresses are attached. My office number is 2715 North Australian Avenue, Suite 105. The phone number is 561-650-6880. These are the numbers that people can use to get in touch with me. Once in a while, I'll see a constituent say that they've reached out to me and they didn't hear from me. Generally, if you reach out to me, you will hear from me unless you don't call my phone or send us an email. I generally don't respond to Facebook messages. It's just not professional. So if you tag me in a post on Facebook and say, I'm reaching out to you, you're not reaching out to me. You're being ridiculous. So that's my staff. This is how you get in touch with us, and this helps people as we move forward. And the last thing I'd like to say is, the last slide is, if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, I'm right here ready and available to answer them for you. Glad to be able to join you all virtually. Look forward to being able to see you all once again in person, but I've seen you all recently, so I know everybody's happy and healthy. And also to the members in the audience, I have seen from the view that I was looking at earlier, I see quite a few people in the audience who I'm familiar with, and I share those sentiments with thank you all for coming out and continuing to do your work. I think I saw Miss Cindy March, Miss Hubbard, and a number of other people. Y'all continue to do your work, and I'm proud to be here to represent you all in the state Senate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Powell. I'm getting feedback. I want to thank you for the vaccine events that you've helped us hold here in the city. And also, I was at the League of Cities Board of Directors meeting just this morning, and we were talking about the fact that you were opposing Senate Bill 62, the dissolution of regional planning councils, and we really appreciate the work that you put into helping us maintain home rule. That's really important to us, so thank you so much. Any other people want to make a comment, or thanks, Senator Powell.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Senator Powell, I just wanted to personally take this moment to thank you for the work that you've done for our community, for the efforts that you did for vaccinating our residents. At the time when I spoke with you, I believe about 3% of the African-American population was vaccinated, and our governor issued the vaccinations through a private entity. And at that moment, you took the initiative to make sure that the vaccine, knowing that our Publix here in our community does not even have a pharmacy to operate and assist, you made sure that it got over to our staff, who did a phenomenal job distributing it. So Senator Powell, we owe that to you, our county administration, Ms. Virginia Baker, and Commissioner Mac Bernard. So thank you, Senator Powell, for the efforts you've been doing and continue to fight for our community.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Just wanted to say thank you as well, Senator Powell, for all that you're doing, and especially with the COVID vaccinations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Well, let me say this before we close out. Councilwoman Botel, I do want to say thank you for paying attention to what's happening with those regional planning councils. As most of you know, I am an AICP certified urban planner, and I do understand the importance of planning councils. I do understand the importance of good planning, especially for our cities. And what I can tell you is that it's very difficult to sit on a dais with a number of people who do not understand this discipline to tell you that planning is not necessary when we continue to see sprawl and urban growth and development grow out of control and inconsistent with the way that we would move forward, making our state sustainable. So thank you for paying attention to that major issue. As far as all of our other council members, Councilman Doug Lawson, thank you for the work that you've done, especially when it came to the vaccine and helping to get many of those residents vaccinated. You went out into the community and grabbed people by the hand and drug them to, I won't say that, you brung them, you brung them to Wells to make sure that people were vaccinated, and so did you, Commissioner, Councilwoman Shamba Miller Anderson. So I want to thank you all for your work.
Thank you again.
Thank you all. Good night. I will see you all when I get back home.
Thank you so much.
You.
Item number 10.
Proclamation for 10 Angels declaring February as Bile Duct Cancer Month from the Office of Mayor Ronnie Felder. Madam Chair, members of the board, I do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Thank you.
And I will be reading this proclamation on behalf of the mayor. Proclamation from the Office of the Mayor, City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, declaring the month of February as Bile Duct Cancer Month in the City of Riviera Beach. Whereas cholangiocarcinoma, also known as bile duct cancer, is a rare cancer that affects an estimated 20,000 people a year in the United States. And whereas bile duct cancer is a rare disease to detect because it does not usually cause signs or symptoms until later in the course of the disease. And whereas 10 Angels Forever, Inc. is a 501c3 organization whose mission is to bring awareness, educate others, support those affected by the disease, raise funds for research and awareness for bile duct cancer, while partnering and collaborating with other organizations to bring awareness. And whereas 10 Angels was founded in memory of Tanya Gail Ingram, who passed away in 2017 after a courageous battle with this aggressive, silent, and deadly disease. And whereas the organization has hosted 2 Colors of Hope brunches, where it brought awareness about bile duct cancer and celebrated cancer warriors, survivors, and caregivers, has delivered 310 Angels gift bags of hope, which included healthcare products, inspirational items, blankets, and stuffed animals to cancer patients, and hosted the 2nd annual 10K, 5K run walk on February 12, 2020, and assisted 53 cancer patients financially during 2020 fiscal year. Now therefore, I, Ronnie L. Felder, Mayor of the City of Riviera Beach, by the power vested in me by the residents of Riviera Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of February as Bile Duct Cancer Month, and encourage citizens, public and private organizations, and other interested persons to increase awareness of how to detect bile duct cancer. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the City of Riviera Beach to be affixed on this 17th day of February, 2021. Ronnie L. Felder, Mayor. Claudine L. Anthony, City Clerk.
Thank you. Item number 11. Excuse me, Mr. Lozman, I'll decide when we do public comment. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. And Mayor, I don't know. I do see them in the audience. Did they want to say where they?
Oh,
did
thank
you
you.
want them
Yes.
to say anything?
That would be lovely. Thank you very much.
I don't know if she heard you.
Oh, do we have a representative from 10 Angels in the audience? Thank you. I didn't recognize them. Good evening. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sandra Price, the president and founder of 10 Angels Forever, Inc. I have a couple of my board members, and also here with me tonight, the Palm Beach County Chapter, TriMets, that partners with us in assisting all types of cancer patients throughout the city of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Broward County, and Dade County. I just want to thank the city of Riviera Beach. I want to thank Mayor Felder for always supporting our organization. It really means a lot to us. I grew up here. My sister grew up here. And it really means a lot that home is supporting us.
Thank you. Any other comments by council members?
I just wanted to say thank you. I definitely appreciate all that you all do. I know you're out in the community doing a lot, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, Tan, you know how I feel. Classmate, just the work that you guys are doing, and I just thank you for inviting me to be a part of the great work that you're doing, and I look forward to us helping more cancer patients.
Yeah.
Let's beat it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 11.
Madam Chair, members of the board, are we moving forward with item number 11, or are we?
Yes, we'll move forward with item number 11.
Mayor?
I'm going to read the number 11 on behalf of the mayor. He's asked me to do that.
Go ahead.
In memoriam of Mr. Andrew DeGraffenwright III, employee number 6478, from Mayor Ronnie Felder. On behalf of Mayor Felder, from the office of the mayor, City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, in memoriam of Mr. Andrew DeGraffenwright III, Esquire, employee number 6478. Whereas the City of Riviera Beach shows at the helm 3 Alpha Phi Alpha men, Mr. Tony Smith, the late Mr. Gerald Adams, and Mr. Andrew DeGraffenwright III, who were given the affectionate nicknames Alf, Papa Smurf, and Broke Down. It's all right to laugh. Love and respect were behind those names, and they knew it. And whereas Attorney Andrew DeGraffenwright served for a total of almost 15 years as the city attorney for the City of Riviera Beach. And whereas Mr. DeGraffenwright was known for being unapologetically bold and at times a little cocky, which he admitted, while maintaining self-respect and respect for others. And whereas his thirst for world knowledge instilled by his parents and personality is only part of the reason why his biography is as extensive as it is. The main reason was because he accepted Jesus the Christ as his personal Savior. And whereas Colossians chapter 3, verses 23 and 24 resonated with Mr. DeGraffenwright and helped him to understand that being a servant came at a cost, but the reward which awaits him is far greater. And whereas on February 22nd, 2021, Attorney Andrew DeGraffenwright III heard his master and creator say, "My son, your work is done. Come on home." Now, therefore, I, Ronnie L. Felder, Mayor of the City of Riviera Beach, on behalf of the city's elected officials, administration, staff, and citizens, do hereby reiterate the words Mr. DeGraffenwright would say. May the work I've done speak for me. May it be finally resolved, employee number 6478, Attorney Andrew DeGraffenwright III, was hereby put to rest, and the original of the memoriam was placed in the hand of the family. Mayor Felder called for the city seal to be embossed on the 12th day of February in the year of our Lord, 2021. Ronnie L. Felder, Mayor. Claudine L. Anthony, City Clerk.
Thank you. Any comments from council members? Thank you. Madam Clerk, I'm going to read the comments from the public section now. Please be reminded that the City Council has adopted rules of decorum, public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Public comments shall begin at 7:30, unless there is no further business of the City Council, which in the event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30 p.m., then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Any person who would like to speak during public comments, please fill out a public comment card located at the front desk and give it to staff before the public comment section is announced.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the acceptance of public comment cards for this section of the agenda is now closed. Mr. Willie Millsap, Margaret Shepard, Dr. Glenn Spiritus.
Good evening. Mr. Millsap, Riviera Beach. My questions have been asked numerous of times when I came to this podium, and I have not received an answer from any of the questions I asked. I have some new questions tonight, and I hope I can get an answer to it from somebody. If you come down any interstate here in this city limits, you don't see anything on 95 directing for any information or regulatory coming into the city. No information about hotels, gas, someplace to eat, or anything. Can somebody tell me why that's not represented on 95 for our city? And I thank y'all for taking the time out, giving individuals here some food, making sure they get a shot every now and then, whatever the case may be for COVID-19. But why is it that you have to pinpoint everything to be done east of the railroad tracks? We have Wells Recreation, which is good. That's where y'all line up at. But what's wrong with Tate's? Call it Dan Calloway. Why is it that all the residents all have to come east of the tracks to get anything done? Because y'all don't do anything for the residents on that other side of that tracks that we can see. You might have it in your mouth saying you're doing it, but because I don't see it, it may be done undercover. Nobody takes the time out to address the questions that I'm coming here and asking and getting back with me with some definitive answer. My words may not be what they need to be to address you people because y'all have those educations and we put you there. But think about us. We need some help on that side of the tracks. If it ain't no more than addressing some of the problems that we have, and we do have problems over there. Y'all have something coming up now to vote on, the residents to pay for something. The road, y'all go down First Street. It's like a washboard, in which some of y'all may not know what that is, but that's that up and down motion, right off of Barack Obama. And I don't think you travel in that neighborhood over there unless you're coming over to ask us for our votes during that certain time of year. Other than that, you don't have no business to come over there and do. So I don't think any of y'all know what I'm talking about unless you come over there. So one day y'all take the time out and come on that side of the tracks and address some of those issues that I'm talking about now. And I'm quite sure there's quite a few other individuals that here can understand what I'm saying. They may not say nothing about it, but y'all need to do something about it. So I thank y'all for your time this evening. Be blessed and stay safe.
Thank you.
Margaret Shepard, Dr. Glenn Spiritus, Lynn Hubbard.
Margaret Shepard, Chair, Vice Chair, and to all of you, the Mayor, our City Manager. I'm here today because I'm kind of troubled. I understand the election is coming on and it's become a tactic to attack one another. But I was kind of devastated the other night when I was listening to the program West Side, East Side, or whatever, I'm not sure. But they started talking about Sammy Brown. And it's just deplorable that this young man is going somewhere. It's attacked because he speaks out. I have a 4-year-old. Well, she was 4 then. Summer got up in this mic, and I mean, this girl started saying things unbelievable. And they said, did you teach her that? I said, no, she come into this meeting and she hear this stuff. And so Sammy is not a little kid anymore. He's 18. He's in college. And if nothing else, I believe that he's going to be a part of this community that helped the millennials. You haven't heard him rob anybody. He ain't got no baby on the way. So who are you? Take care of your own children. Look at your own children. I take care of mine, and when I see them get off, I don't have to say too much. I just look at them. It's inappropriate to talk about a young man that's going in college and with all A's. I applaud him. And then he come to work. I applaud him for taking care of his boss, who is now a widow. So I hope I never hear that again, because some of the people that was blogging, I guess you all call it blogging, I don't know about Facebook, I'm just learning, that if you want to attack each other, attack each other. But the President of the United States, you do not attack their children. And anybody know me, my children are off limits. I pray to God that when I hear what someone say, I have to restrain myself because they are my children. If you have a problem with my children, or anybody else's children, but he's not a child anymore. He's not a child. Let's deal with him appropriately. He is a gentle giant that reaches out to everywhere. He go everywhere. How many people do that? How many people go to Washington and go here and meet with the Senate? Who does that? Who does that? If you got children, rub your hand on the head and say, thank God that my children is not in jail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Glenn Spiritus, Lynn Hubbard, Karen Gleason.
Glenn Spiritus, Riviera Beach. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, city manager, city staff, once again, good evening. I'm glad that my comments started some discussion about the revolving loan program for the Drinking Water Fund, and hopefully that will move forward. But I'm here to speak tonight on a very disturbing email that I received a few days ago. And I wasn't going to comment on it, except I received a phone call today that was very similar. And I felt I must bring this to the attention. And this is the email verbatim. And I don't know this person. I spoke to him yesterday just to ask permission to read the email publicly. So I don't know this person at all. Dr. Spiritus, I am a resident of Riviera Beach, and I understand that you are running for city council. An individual with your opponent's name on their car door, who happens to be my next door neighbor, John Miller, told me if I would put up a sign in my front yard for your opponent, that your opponent would get me a COVID vaccine. That was 2 weeks ago. I didn't add a sign, and today both my wife and I are COVID positive. I suppose that I must be old-fashioned, but my opinion, this is a deadly game being played by your opponent, and I would be happy to help with your campaign in any way that I can after I get rid of the COVID virus. Your neighbor, Stuart H. Cunningham, P.E.P.S.M. I don't know this person at all, but after the comments that I heard at a previous council meeting by some residents, and after the phone call I received today, I just hope, and I believe that my opponent probably doesn't know about this or had anything to do with this, but I would ask that this be looked into and this stop, that we should not be trading votes or support for COVID vaccine. This should be off base and no one should have to deal with this, and I hope that this will be looked into. Thank you.
Lynn Hubbard, Karen Gleason, Stephen Craig.
Lynn Hubbard, Riviera Beach. I'm here to urge the residents, my neighbors, to vote no on the 2 amendments on the ballot. The words protect and preserve are thrown in there as language to distract the residents from what they're opening themselves up for. If either of those ballot amendments were in the best interest of the residents, there would have been a town hall on the front end before they hit the ballot, not after the fact. The other thing is, why in the middle of a pandemic, when you can't host a town hall community meeting to discuss the language before it go on the ballot, are these 2 issues being pushed through? That's what you have to stop and ask yourself. These things are no good for you. When someone tells you that they're going to take away what you already have to give you something that is supposed to do better by you or for you, you really need to stop and think about that. Our water bills are high. They are extremely high. On the backs of a $40 million loan that we got no benefit from, that's why our water bills are high. Our water bills are collateral for that loan. Our water bills will continue to be high for the borrowing of several more $1 million. So now you say that we want to be assessed for proposed road work that might happen. Now, mind you, it doesn't read like that on the ballot itself. But when you look at what's proposed and what could happen to you because of the language that's there, that's what we need to look forward. I urge you to vote no, and if the community is looking out for themselves, and if they have any interest about where we're going and what's happening to you, I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you, we must vote for Glenn Spiritus so that we can retain and get community back in control, because we are giving away our city block by block. We don't need the sheriff department here. We have fought against the types and the likes of the sheriff department all of our lives. One thing we know, we don't need the sheriff department here. Vote no on both amendments. Thank you.
Karen Gleason, Stephen Craig, Brenda Smith.
I'm Karen Gleason, and I live at 1211 Pine Point Road on Singer Island. And I understand by looking at some postings on social media sites that people are confused about a private meeting that I asked be held in the Ambassador Center last week. I wrote a letter to Dr. Julie Botel, who is my representative. Back in January, I had had discussions with her about what's going on in the lagoon, what's the city going to do, are you doing enough, help me understand. And our residents on Pine Point are very directly affected by what's going on in the lagoon. We're concerned about it. And I said, would you put together some city people, Mr. Sermons, Miss Busby, Mr. Evans, to tell us what the city's doing, because there's been a lot of activity by other governmental agencies on goings-on in the lagoon.
Ms. Gleason, could you just talk into the microphone?
Yep, sorry. So she agreed, and I asked in this letter, the residents of Pine Point Road are interested in having a meeting which would update them on issues with regard to submerged lands and other areas of concern around Lake Worth Lagoon. We would appreciate your help in bringing that to meeting Riviera Beach officials, who, along with representatives we know from other organizations, can speak to the issues and answer questions. I have also identified a group of Singer Island residents who have expressed concerns over preservation of the lagoon that should be invited to the meeting. The audience should be limited only to those persons who RSVP in order to keep social distancing. Please ask the city if it will allow us to use the Ambassador Center subject to COVID distancing requirements. Thank you in advance for helping me arrange this meeting. Sincerely, Karen Gleason. So Dr. Botel got back to me and said, yes, you can host the meeting. There is a fee and fine, $55, which we paid and which I have evidence of here. The check hasn't cleared the bank yet, but I brought the bank the register, and we sent out about 1,000 invitations. Asked Dr. Botel for help with that to let the area know, and got back 44 RSVPs. We know every person who got an invitation, and we know every person who RSVP'd to us. And we had a very informative, helpful, thank you, socially distant meeting.
Thank you.
That's it. My time's up. Okay. Red flag.
Stephen Craig, Brenda Smith, Cindy March.
Stephen Craig, 1091 Pine Point Road. I was also at this meeting, and I appreciate Commissioner Botel coming over to update us and the staff to update us on the things that are going on Singer Island. You know, there's some feedback on this, or some blowback, I guess. But if I had invited Commissioner Botel to my house and invited 10 or 15 of my residents, and she had brought a couple of staff, and we'd had a meeting in my home, no one would say anything. There would be no problem with that. And if someone who wanted to come in my home and disrupt the meeting, and I said, no, you can't come into my home. You can't disrupt our meeting. No one would have a problem with that. So the only difference is we invited more people than fit in my home. So we rented a place that would accommodate the people. And I don't see any problem with this. It seems like a lot to do about nothing. And I thank everybody. One quick thing, I got my second shot today, and I would like to say that the efficiency of the staff and the police and the fire department and the organization was incredible. It has to be the best that's in the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda Smith, Cindy March, Lady Goldwire.
Good evening, all. My name is Ms. Brown. Here again, we are revisiting this deplorable water issue in Riviera Beach again. If I may digress back to maybe about a decade ago, and here it is again, we're getting our water bills raised extremely high. We didn't get a notice the first time. We still haven't got a notice this time. And this is just not fair to the residents of Riviera Beach. Unlike FPL and any of the other utilities, they always let the residents know ahead of time, 2 or 3 months in advance, that they're gonna raise their rates. I can understand as a panel why we are not given that same opportunity when you're raising our rates. Again, I think that this issue shouldn't keep being revisited over and over again. The water is awful. Some people in some areas, they're turning on their water and the water is green. As a matter of fact, I used to reside in Chicago before I relocated here to South Florida. I have a friend that just called me last night, and she too was telling me that there's some issues in Florida, especially in our area. She said, I can't believe that you guys have water like that. And as you all know who are very political, you know that Chicago is a very political city. And while there, I was involved in different things that we've done, but we must do something about this. We can't keep revisiting something every decade. So it's been 10 years, and here we go again. We're addressing the same issue. We must do something about this. And also, that requires changing who we have. Some people that's supposed to be orchestrating this, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So when that happens, we're going to have to put someone else in their place to do what has to be done. You guys, thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Cindy March, Lady Goldwire. And I think this says William Wiley.
Good evening, Council. I just want to say, you know, I was looking at the debate.
Please state your name and your address.
Hi, I don't have to, nobody else stated the address, so I'm not doing that. My name is Cindy March from Riviera Beach, Florida. Thank you, Mrs. Botel. And let me just say, can I put my seconds back on there since you intervened in my 3-minute speech? Okay, let me just say this to you all. I was looking at the debate with Botel and with Dr. Spiritus, and I was applaud when y'all say y'all paid $10 million and you all put a bandage on the water plant, and we still with the same problem. In the last meeting, y'all asked the government for another $50-something million. That's not acceptable. And I want to rebuttal, and I don't disrespect my elderly, but I knew I would have had them handcuffs put on me in the old city hall. So when you say one person disrespecting somebody, remember you the same elderly lady that disrespected one of the council people. Child was picking up, you said something very derogatory about his child being deformed or something. And I started to do a real ugly outburst. But because you was elderly, my daddy have learned me and taught me to respect people. Respect people. So that's why I stayed calm in that meeting. That's why I stayed calm in that meeting, and I did not say anything in that meeting.
Recess if we can't have.
And that's why when you set a rule, set it for everybody. When I be on that page, I never said anything.
Walter, we are in recess.
I never said anything about
camera,
Mr.
please.
Sammy Brown because I don't even know that young man. I'm on. Okay, go ahead. Okay, thank you.
Walter? Thank you. Madam Clerk, the meeting is reconvened.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Ms. March had time left on the clock. What's the pleasure of the board?
How much, if we can refrain from interacting with members of the public, we can allow Ms. March to finish. Ms. March, please be advised that we're asking you to refrain from interacting.
Good evening, council. Good evening, residents here at the city of Riviera Beach. Once again, I will say what I gotta say, and I'll say it, and I'll call a spade a spade. When you set a rule, set it for everybody. That's the way that's gonna go when you're dealing with Cindy. I'm not gonna disrespect anybody. I'm not gonna be violent. Never was violent. Okay, I know how to go home. I know how to be excused because that's what I was taught, respect. Okay, so don't set a rule just for Cindy. Please don't. And this is some of the reason I have issues with you. Nothing personal that I know about you, but I know you don't sit on this board for 3 years and you have not done anything for the West Side but gave out Easter baskets and turkeys. We're better than that. We're much better than that. You go down First Street, you're absolutely right, because my cake bakery is on First Street. And I done bought brand new asses. I just spoke to this young man, Tara Basil, before I came in here. I brought brand new asses for my car because the utility was doing a job on 30-something Street, and I called the city. And my car almost went down in a hole. These are the issues we have. I took a picture in my phone the other day. I had COVID in November. Thanksgiving and Christmas, and this hole is still there on 15th and Avenue H with the barricade. And when you go down one road, another person come down, that's a head-on collision. And I put it on social media. This telephone can help you or it can hurt you. And I know when to say and what not to say. Okay? Don't come to me, come to me. Because that's the way I'm going to come to you, and I'm going to come to you with respect. It's time for you to be voted out of office. Enough already. You want to know who Dr. Spiritus is? We didn't know who the Felder was, but guess what? We gave him a chance, and he has proven himself.
Thank you, Ms. March. Your time is up. Thank you.
You have a great day.
You too.
Lady Goldwire, William Wiley, Anna V.
Lady Goldwire, I had a whole...
Sorry, is that Riviera Beach?
Lady Goldwire, born and raised in Riviera Beach.
And is that your address?
I'm not providing my address. I'm a resident of Westlake, and I'm here on city concerns.
It's your time.
I don't need a lot of time to say what I want to say, and I want to capitalize on the power of silence. I had a lot to say, but obviously the back and forth that just happened has me shook. It has me shook for more than one reason, because we come into the council meetings, many of us long before you got here, so many of us were friends. So many of us could play, so many of us could joke, so many of us could go hang out with one another, have drinks, and there was no rift. And then this happened. We can't even be in here without there being some altercation. I had my own experience. I'm sure there'll be many more. But at the end of the day, this is going to be home to so many people. With regard to your aide, Sammy, I want to go on record and publicly say, if you read what I said about him, it was no knock on him, and it had more to do with you than it did him. At the end of the day, every one of these people up here have had aides. The people prior to you have had aides. And whether there was disdain or not, they have put forth the effort to keep their aides out of harm's way in the sense of monitoring what they say. I compel Mr. Brown for being loyal to you, to being allegiant to you. But what I was trying to get you to understand, not him, it was not an attack on him, is long after you're gone, whether you're reelected or replaced, whatever,
this is still going to be home to him. And unless he's certain that the bridges he's burning or may potentially set ablaze are bridges that he'll never have to come across again, it would behoove him to operate with some degree of decorum. You, being a woman of status, super educated, understanding the ways of the world, you knew what I was trying to say, but you weaponized or allowed him to get out in front, and now we have another rift. Mr. Brown, if you were under the impression that I insulted you, I'm not so beyond myself that I cannot apologize. I am sorry. That was not my intent. I'm responsible for the way I deliver a message, not the way it's received. Thank you.
William Wiley, Anna V., Jill Wardell.
All right, good evening. My name is William Wiley, born and raised here in Riviera Beach. I'm gonna start off by saying that I was truly disgusted by some of the things that are going on in the city right now because, again, we have this division all of a sudden that I guess is some kind of power takeover to where we want certain people out of office who are actually doing their job and doing their job very well. I talked to a person today at the school. It was a parent and another teacher, and they stated that, hey man, you know, everything was going on pretty good in the city right now, and I see they want to change things for some reason. I say, well, yeah, I don't agree with some of those changes in the city because things are going very well right now. We've been out of the news. The people are very professional. They're doing their jobs adequately, but it takes it's a slow process. All right, it's not just going to start up and just be really great one day. It has to be a slow process. Barack Obama, first 4 years, they had to get everything straightened out, and then after a while, the economy started booming. Things are going to run that way. All right. So we have to take time out. Change should not be made. Mrs. Botel is doing a great job in this city. And let me just tell you how I met Mrs. Botel. First of all, I'm born and raised here in this city, and I'm a school teacher. I'm ex-military. I work for the city processor for the Palm Beach County Courthouse. One thing I have done for this city, and my mom, Barbara Wiley, before she passed, taught at Suncoast for 33 years. One thing I have done was do things for our kids in our community. I live in Federal Gardens. I do work over in Stony Brook. I help out at food banks. I do a lot of different things in the city. All right, and one thing that I do also, I'm saying class because I think I'm talking to my students. One thing I have done was out while doing work for the city, I ran into Mrs. Botel, all right? And she was doing something also. So again, I told her, hey, listen, if you ever have anything that you're doing within the city, give me a call or whatever, and I'm more than likely to help out. I told Mr. Felder the same thing. Anytime you need help with anything, give me a call. Same thing with our city manager, Mrs. Anderson. She was my boss at one time over at Bear Lakes. Same thing. You ever need any help with anything, give me a call. I have no problem helping out in the city with anything that's dealing with my kids. But one thing I'm not going to tolerate is that now people attacking anybody on this staff because of what they're doing and what they're not doing and want to make changes about water and all kind of stuff like that. Listen, these problems have been here for 20 years. It just didn't start up last week, all right? And the thing is that I'm not going to talk about Mr. Spiritus because he seems to be a good guy. But one thing I can say is that he hasn't been around to do anything for us yet, okay? But one thing I do know is that I can talk about Mrs. Botel because I've seen the things that she is doing, all right? The kids, let me tell you one thing Ms. Anderson and Mrs. Botel has done. Over at Palm Beach Lakes and over at Bear Lakes Middle School and over at Roosevelt, one thing we done, we had a bunch of kids who could not afford to be able to go to Grad Bash, all right? These people contributed to these kids to be able to go, and I tell you one thing I got one of the biggest, tightest hugs from a bunch of kids who never had the opportunity to leave the city of Riviera Beach or West Palm Beach and be able to go somewhere and spend time with their friends strictly because somebody cared enough, all right, to be over in Stony Brook and watch them give them gifts or whatever like that.
Thank you,
biggest
William.
gifts ever, all right?
Thank
so
you,
again,
Mr. Wiley.
we need to stay where we are. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Jill Waddle, Terrence Davis, Charisma Adams, Jill Waddle,
How you doing this evening? I'm Jill Wardle Colgan. I reside at Claremont Lane, Palm Beach Shores. Have numerous business in the city of Riviera Beach for a long time. I'm pretty shocked about the last statement. And I apologize for Mr. McCoy's dilemma. I mean, that's really bad. And here's the thing I've learned in life. People don't make discriminatory or racist comments around anybody that doesn't make them comfortable to say such things, okay? And I just been going through some emails, and I'm shocked that people that are supposed to be such professionals have maliciously slandered me with a previous illness from years ago. How you've all have used that against me to attempt to take my business for your greed and your glory. It is absolutely disgusting. Disgusting and bodes hell. How you manipulate your staff into nefarious activities. I can't wait till you're gone. And Tallahassee isn't finding your antics a joke or trivial whatsoever. You have a good night.
Thank you.
Terrence Davis, Charisma Adams, Bessie Brown. Terrence Davis.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, staff, and residents of Riviera Beach. My name is Terrence Davis, former councilman of the city, current father, loving father. I love our community. Lady Marsh talked about the relationships that we have in this room, in this community. And one of the things I want to talk about is, prior to someone running a campaign on our city in turmoil, the chair and many others, because it wasn't just her, we found a way to make things work in this community. We found a way. Fane Losman's been an issue in this community for over 15 years. In every election, there's a big fight about Fane Losman. Leave Fane Losman, spend that time and energy not on Fane Losman, but spend it on our water plant. All these special meetings and private meetings, I'm fine with them if you're helping the quality of life. I'm cool with that. But when you start putting items on the agenda to talk about Fane, when he go in those courts, it look personal. And that's why we keep losing in courtroom. Ms. Botel, I will only talk about items that you vote on. We got an item that's on the agenda to talk about our police department being a chartered department. And the reason it was on there because you talked about going to the sheriff department. You talked about that in the meeting. These are only items that are on the agenda. I will never talk to you personally. You've done some good things, yes you have. When we start talking about our police department, our water plant being privatized in public meetings, but you refuse to put it on the agenda because you didn't want no accountability, but you bring it up in general comment. And these was public discussions that we need to talk about these issues. These issues. Now, Miss Jill Waddell and her and I, the young lady that spoke, got into it about a beach polo event because she thought I was trying to stop it because when I was on the council, Botel told her I would not support it. But what I didn't know was that councilperson Botel told her when all of us was on the dais that there was an email, and I read it, that it said that I will not support your beach polo event unless you put me on your business account. And that's on public record. What council person threatens to put their name on their business account for a vote? Not only did she do it, you took the money from her with a police officer, moved the money into another bank account. This is all fact. City issues a lawsuit that we're gonna have to pay for. And everybody who voted on it, and all, like myself, gonna be in the courtroom as a witness. Everybody, let's start fighting each other and holding the real people accountable. If they're wrong, help them get better. If they continue to do wrong, stop them. I've always said help people do better, but she won't stop. When we have issues in the city, let the police
Thank
department
you.
do their job.
Thank you,
Not
Terrence.
you.
Thank you.
Done.
Charisma Adams, Bessie Brown, John Miller. Charisma Adams, Bessie Brown, John Miller, J.B. Dixon.
Good evening, Bessie Brown. I'm here about the amendments and these minutes, all these workshop minutes that the public was not allowed to be present to and speak. And then now we're getting them all at one shot. And half the time we didn't even know about these workshops. But basically, I hope that the city clerk does better by that. And I appreciate if you all have workshops that you inform the public, and the public, when you have a workshop, the public speaks. Because that's the purpose of the workshop. On these amendments, repeal of special assessments that require 50% of the cost of all street and secondary drainage improvements to be paid by the benefited property owner. Well, if we vote for it, that means the $4 million project on Singer Island can go through. But if we don't vote for it, I don't know how they're going to handle that. But also, the police and fire departments shall be considered charter departments and shall be preserved by requiring a referendum vote of the electorate to abolish this outsource and or otherwise transfer the city's provision of law enforcement and fire services to any other entity. That would be fine if it didn't mean that the police and fire department, that the city shall have the authority to establish or abolish any city department or office other than the police and fire departments by ordinance or by adoption of the budget. Now, that wasn't the purpose. The purpose was to make sure that these departments, the police and fire department, will not be will just be to be on their own, and the city cannot get rid of it. But it didn't. It was not for the city to abolish any city department or office other than the police and the fire. And that's the thing. These things. This is one thing in here, giving the city council a whole lot of authority, which that's not what was the intent of the citizens. Now you say one thing and then you're doing another. You're giving the city council all this information, all this authority to be put into the charter. That's not necessary. So I would encourage this public to vote no on both amendments as fast as they can.
Thank you.
John Miller, J.B. Dixon, Fane Lozman, and Ann V.
The first thing I want to say, Shirley, thank you. Thank you for standing up and doing the right thing. How many times have I said, in other words, when Julie's getting attacked, or any of you are getting attacked? Trodrick's been attacked. Some of you have not been attacked. Kashama's been attacked many, many times. Same person every time, right? But Shirley stood up. I wasn't here, Shirley, but I heard what you did, and then I watched it. You did the right thing. We all have a right to get up here and speak under our First Amendment rights. But a lot of times what we say is wrong. And it's hard to stand up here and say the right thing. Julie, I apologize to you because what was said by your candidate or your opponent here was hearsay and is not true, period. First of all, why would anybody putting a sign in their yard, how can that be a quid pro quo for a vaccine shot? What actually happened, period, was I put my sign in and the neighbor saw me. And when the neighbor walked over, we started talking about COVID, how we both called, couldn't get through. Then it was that we both emailed, and we didn't hear anything. And I said to him, listen, I heard that the church was starting to give shots out, and I said, give your council person a call and say, please put me on a list if there's a possibility for a shot. I asked him if he wanted a sign, and he said, I'll think about it. And that was the end of the conversation. There was nothing about no investigation, Mr. Spiritus. It's hearsay, and you're a very litigious person. So maybe I'll sue you.
Mr. Miller, just speaking.
But the bottom line is this. I'm going to work hard for Julie Botel. He's not shutting me up. And certainly my neighbor with his hearsay isn't. And I'm going to be swinging her signs, and people see me. And let me tell you something about a barometer. The barometer is when people give me this, and when people blow their horn and they shine their lights, that's telling me something. That's telling me that they love Julie Botel. That's it. I'll go on an oath or anything else anybody wants me to do. But to bring my name up, I was kind of shocked. But to take Julie down with him is intentional. Thank you.
Thank you.
J.B. Dixon, Fane Losme, Anna V.
J.B. Dixon, Singer Island, Riviera Beach. Boy, they brought him out tonight, didn't they? I think the best thing that can be said about Julie Botel is the quality of the people who attack her from this podium. And would you rather be her or would you rather be them? I think that was quite a display. And it's especially if you want to know, I know Glenn Spiritus. I've worked with him. I liked him. I'm not pleased that he's running against my friend Julie, but I've never said anything bad about him. I really feel bad for you, Glenn, to know that you are mixed up with these people. I'm sure you didn't mean to, but I mean, you're endorsed by some of the worst people in this city. And they are the people who were thrown out of office from this dais. They're people who ran for office and lost. They're people who were fired from this city. They're people who are suing this city. And Jill Wardle, my God, that person who was up here, Julie Botel had to get on a bank account because Jill Wardle wasn't paying the vendors. She was taking the sponsors' money from Polo and spending it on herself. And the police, she's filed 1 million reports saying Julie stole this and stole that. Every single one of those investigations have been shown groundless, and they are public record. So, you have some awful people that you've surrounded yourself with, Glenn. I really swear, I do know him. I don't think he knew about the quality of the people who are behind him. He's not that bad a guy. Glenn Spiritus is not a bad guy. A whole lot of people behind him are really bad guys.
Thank you.
Fane Losme, Anna V.
Fane Losman. Let's talk about what went on last Thursday night at the Ambassador Center. Julia Botel used her administrative assistant, Sammy Brown, and his email address and his work hours to spend countless hours coordinating what should have been a public meeting and instead became a sham meeting and a campaign event, okay? City computers, city email, city staff, city office. When Sika used to have candidate forums, they rented a place and they invited people over. With Julia Botel, you had no choice. The city manager showed up the assistant city manager showed up, Lina Busby showed up, and Sermon showed up. Okay, that was a city meeting. Okay, I've talked to a lot of people. I was the First Amendment Foundation Man of the Year up at the Senate luncheon 3 years ago. I've studied the Sunshine Law for years. You don't know what you're talking about, lady. Go rent a place, you coordinate it. Once it's coordinated with city staff, it's a public meeting. You sent an invitation to an attorney who attended, and you had him thrown out. A 34-year member of the bar, James Ryan. Unbelievable. We have a text message from Botel talking about don't record anything. We don't want Lozman to know. We want to talk about how the city is going to target them. City staff, these city staff know the Botel is like a plantation owner. If she does something wrong, they're going to end up getting fired. Lady March Goldwire was fired because she gave a fence permit, and Botel demanded that it be rescinded, and when she didn't, she was fired 2 hours later. She has a major civil rights lawsuit going on in federal court. Botel is an evil person, okay? She is an evil person. What she did to one of the only female black building officials in the country is evil. She goes around, threatens people, wastes huge amount of money, and is an obsessive freak when it comes to me. She spends all her day not doing anything for the city, calling up the Army Corps, calling up DEP, calling up code enforcement, making meetings with her staff. And when she's not doing that, she's defrauding the city of work product, running a sham charity out of office. Governor DeSantis entered an executive order for that. The hat lady over there, she puts down her office as Botel's office. There's paperwork filed with the state where Judy Dixon said, this is my office address, 600 West Blue Heron, okay? Judy Dixon and Botel have stolen taxpayers' funds by using city staff, office equipment, lights, rent. I'm telling you, Botel, in some ways, I hope you do get elected, because it's my goal to see what happened to you, what happened to Portier in 2011. I was there when Portier was arrested and marched into the Broward jail. I want to be there when they do a perp walk with you. She even went and ripped off the red tags on the Stony Brook house. And there's so much scandal going on with you, Botel. I'm looking forward to seeing you locked up one day.
Anna V.
Hi, I'm Hannah Birdney. I live at 167 East 24th Street. This is the first time that I've been here, and it's kind of shameful. It is clear that it was a Botel beat-up session. This city has a lot of problems.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, this city has a lot of problems. I just recently moved here, and I must speak to Counsel or Mr. Evans or somebody practically every day. Those two ordinances we speak of, yes, we need to vote yes on those. You really need to do your homework because those are really important. One issue that we have though with this city that I really need to address is the way the city speaks to its residents, especially you as the mayor. Shame on you. You need to respect the people around you and the way you talk to people.
Face the mic.
Because in this city, we're all equal, whether we live on the west side or the east side. Don't ever talk to me again like that, ever. And I'm not going to give up the fight. You see, I do live on the east side, and I refuse to ever let you talk to me that way. And I will address that one way or the other. But this is not a Botel beat-up session. She does work. She has helped me a lot. So has Mr. Evans. So has Kashamba. And if they did not help me, God knows where I would be. So please, lay off people. Let's come together and help this city. Because there's a lot that we can do together instead of going against each other. And it's really upsetting to see that I really sit at home and I work hard for this city. I don't work for this city. But Mr. Evans can tell you there isn't a day that doesn't go by where I text this man. And he works. He works very hard. And there's so many things that we can do together to make this city better instead of fighting each other. It is shameful what I'm seeing here today. Shameful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comments.
Thank you. I think we're up to item number let's see, let me go back a bit. Sorry, 12. Thank you. Yes.
Ordinance number 4161, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, providing for amendment to Chapter 10, Article 4 of the Riviera Beach Code of Ordinances, ordinance number 2480, entitled Special Events, Public Fairs, Parades, Expositions, Circuses, Carnivals, and Exhibitions, providing for codification, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve ordinance 4161?
Madam Chair.
So moved.
Yes, you're recognized, Mr. McCoy.
Second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded to approve ordinance 4161. Do we have a presentation? I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, if it is the pleasure of the board, staff can present. There has been no modifications and changes since first reading, and staff recommends approval on second and final reading.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Mr. McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, and thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get some volume on my microphone, please? My question is, and pardon me, members, I was looking.
Could we please have a little quiet from the back? Thank you. Could you take that outside?
Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Can I get volume? Mr. Evans, my question is, and pardon my absence for the first reading of this, but my question concerning item number 12 is, and I didn't see the actual vote count from the first reading. Would we know what that is? Was it unanimous?
I believe it was unanimous, yes.
Okay, and nor did I see these questions come up, but I want to pose them now because I have some concerns specifically about maybe 3 items. The first one is in the proposed ordinance, the indemnification clause. There's not a distinction between a special event that occurs on public property versus that occurs on private property. And as I want to believe, the city has no control or authority in mandating that someone has any kind of insurance requirements for a special event on private property. So that's my first question. I have 2 other ones. So how do you want to respond, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, that's a question that legal should respond to.
Mr. McCoy, the definition of special events, this contemplates that it's on publicly owned property. However, if it's on private property and it spills over or impacts public property, then this would take effect as well.
Well, that's the very role of us as legislators and lawmakers, that we are the persons that creates that complication. Like, we don't complicate any speculation. That's exactly what my concern is. I don't want us to pass this, and this is actually an ordinance, which makes it a little bit more difficult to repeal, that we don't put in something that requires, that's so broad that someone can interpret it that if you're doing a grand opening, now the city needs to concern themselves with the type of liability coverage that you're having for your special event. And I so understand that if it's a public event or on public property or in the public right-of-way, I would definitely see that that would be appropriate. But this is so vague that someone can interpret this as being required for a event held on private property. So for that reason, I'm going to ask that, well, I'm going to offer, before we go to a vote, that we offer some sort of clarification or an amendment to that section.
I'm sorry, could you say the section again? I'm trying to find it.
It's the section of 4161 that says indemnification, that anybody with applying for a special event, with a special event application, provides proof of insurance. But my concern, Madam Chair, is that we shouldn't be doing that for events held on private property, and this ordinance does not address that. It pretty much mandates that indemnification or proof of insurance be provided.
What page is that on?
Let's see. I think it's on PDF page 4, and it's section 5, conditions for permit.
I see it, thank you.
Indemnification and insurance.
I see it, thank you.
So that's the first item that I want to bring up. Secondly, if I can get back.
Should we deal with that first, maybe?
Well, go ahead.
Well, I know that we also have in process a special events policy and procedure manual. So I didn't know if Ms. Noel wanted to address that, if the section dealing with the spillover, if you will, from private property onto public right-of-ways is covered in the policy and procedure manual.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, for the record, my name is Marcia Noel.
We need volume.
Hello, hello. Okay. For the record, my name is Marcia Noel, assistant to the city manager, and I played a role in the development in our current policies and procedures manual that we're working on. But in particular on that issue, the guidelines specify that when it comes to that manual, it's primarily for those events that are going to be done privately on private property. As it relates to city events, city contracted events, things of that sort, it's important to note that there will be special exceptions. But when it comes to when it comes to special events, there is going to be a requirement of insurance that's customary in most cases with other cities.
Okay, why would the guidelines apply to private property? I don't understand that.
I think what can be done is that there can be in the guidelines itself a specification to insurance being required if it spills over onto city property, or if it's being done on on city property in total. So there can be a specification in the guidelines for that, but the intent in the guidelines is to clarify that if you are going to do an event in the city, and specifically on public property or public right-of-way, that we will require insurance.
I'm only speaking of private and the requirement. I'm not interested in public property because it's already understood that when we do special events, but there's not a distinction, and for that reason, I don't want to support this item. And there's a couple other reasons, but Madam Attorney, this is very vague.
So
and I don't want to authorize staff to go back and make a manual, which they're going to refer back to that the council approved it and gave us direction when we don't even know what the manual is going to look like. But once we codify this in code, this gives staff the exact authority, which leads to my next question. And I think I've heard enough, Ms. Noel, regarding that, but I want to come back. But why are we doing an ordinance anyways, and why not a resolution?
We already had a special events ordinance. This is an amendment to that. I don't know what the deficiencies were with the prior special events ordinance, but it's already in our code.
Right, but wouldn't we be able to then, it seems like Mr. Evans was looking to get your attention, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, with regards to the permits related to events on private property, one of the things that it's staff's opinion, and I've seen this in multiple other entities, the reason that you would ask for a private property owner to apply for a special event permit because their site plan has specified certain ingress, egress, certain parking spaces or what have you. If you're going to utilize a parking lot for an event or activity, there is certain provisions that must take place in order to ensure that folks are going to be safe. And so that is one of the elements that is intended to be reflected in this particular policy as to why, we would like a permit, because these businesses that are seeking or doing businesses they've received site plan approval, they're intended to do X, but if they're going to have activities or programs in their parking lot, there is an impact to Joe Q citizen that would be visiting that particular business. And so it's the assurity to know that persons can have safe passage and they can still do what they're intending to do.
Madam Chair, if I may, sorry. Okay. And we also have staff here because we do process insurance requirement currently, and so I think maybe Mr. Blankenship, if...
Madam Chair, I reclaim my time because I'm very limited, and I have two other points, and what they're suggesting is not even answering my question. I'm only asking about why are we enacting a provision that's going to require an applicant to provide insurance on private property. I understand and I agree that they should submit an application for a permit. I'm only speaking to the requirement of us asking an applicant on private property to make the city the additional insured. And the way that is written, there's no distinction between a special event on public property or a special event on private property. So the suggestion that Mr. Evans is making, I totally agree with, but that's not the question that I'm asking. And unless I see a manual that's going to lay out a distinction between a public special event and one that's being held on private property, I just want to caution the members that we're really creating a situation where this can potentially happen. And that's just the first of two other additional items that I found inside of these proposed ordinances that I don't agree with. But I've not heard any justification, and we've already spent 5 minutes, so I want to move on. And I don't want to talk about the very essence of doing a permit on a private property, because I agree. And I've seen why they're important, because just the traffic going in and out, you definitely need a permit for that. So I just want to move forward, Madam Chair, so I can ask my next question. The provision requiring a business tax receipt, I definitely would ask members to strike that, because what you're suggesting is anybody that comes into the city have to get a business tax receipt if they're doing a special event. And it may just be a 2-hour event, 3-hour event. And if you know anything about trying to get a business tax receipt in the city, it's certainly not easy. And we're going to sit here and require somebody. The reason why I don't agree with it, because there's no way that out of our, what is it, our $82 million budget, that every dollar and dime that we spend, that we require every person that's not an employee to get a business tax receipt just because they use city dollars, just because they receive city dollars. People come in all the time as vendors, as contractors, and we don't require them to get a business tax receipt. If somebody comes here and wants to do like they had speed dating, do we now require speed dating and those folks who had a 2-hour event, 3-hour event to go through the arduous process of getting a business tax receipt? I think that's just absurd. And it really does more to deter people from even coming to bring a special event to the city than it would to encourage it. I mean, they have no vested interest, nor the weeks of processing for an application, much less an additional bureaucratic fee to do a one-time event. So I'm going to ask, and I'm going to reserve back, and I would welcome any response, but I'm going to ask that we, strike that provision out of the code.
Mr. Evans?
Is that section 10?
Ms. Nguyen? I'm sorry.
Is that section 10 that you're referring to?
Section. Yes.
It's in
Section
there.
10-120, as I see it.
And Madam
Right.
Chair, with regards
On
to
page 11.
the business tax receipt provision, I believe, Ms. Noel, that is consistent with all the municipalities that we did survey, that they had that particular language in their policies.
And it is a current, it's currently in our code. This is not a new provision.
To require a business tax of someone that doesn't have a domicile or have a specific place of business here to do a special one-time event?
The language that you see in section 10 is not new language. Yes, it's always been in our code. You may see 2 small underlines at the end of section 10-120, but the rest of that language was already here and has not been changed.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I guess would we be able to strike that, Madam Chair, since we're already in this section?
I think, to tell you the truth, it makes a great deal of sense to me what Mr. McCoy is saying. If somebody's coming in, and I didn't know there was a speed dating thing going on, nobody told me.
It was right after the funeral. It was right after the funeral.
I'm sorry.
You was going to attend?
It does make sense to me that if somebody's just coming in for a couple of hours, why would we need them to have a business tax receipt? I agree with Mr. McCoy. If that's something maybe we should discuss as a group and see if we all agree that that should be taken out.
Madam Chair?
Yes, do you recognize Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Is the business tax receipt process the same as a person who is establishing their business, or is it like just a shorter process?
Sorry, if I may, I would like staff, if I can have Ms. Franks or Mr. Blankenship kind of respond to this, because they're intently involved in the current permitting process, so they can answer.
It's a very simple question as to our current process. Mr. Blankenship wouldn't be development services, but I've already heard enough horror stories about how much it takes to get a BTR. I mean, that's a very simple question that
Right.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson asked.
Well, that's what I'm just trying to find out. Is it actually two separate processes? I know the regular business tax receipt process, but with this
It's the
special
same.
event, is there like a
Expedited.
Thank you. Expedited process for the business tax receipt for this?
Good evening, Richard Blankenship, Parks and Recreation Director. Now, just so I'm clear, we're talking about business tax receipts for vendors at special events, not for special events.
That makes sense.
So even when we do football games and we have food trucks, that vendor has to get a business tax receipt.
Okay.
Thank you.
That makes sense
Thank
now.
you.
Does that help you?
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
So, here's why I don't agree, because now, once we get into this, do we then come over here on Sundays and make everybody that rents a space for $25 in here for 2 or 3 hours to now get a business tax receipt? Because many of those are pop-up businesses, and that becomes the new trend. I know we do have this code, but there are businesses that actually have made a significant business in just popping up, and that's the very nature of it, that you don't have to go through the whole process of doing that. And even still, right, if we present this item as presented, then every one of those persons out there would now be subjected to the special event clause. And lastly, I'll throw this out there, that also raises the question of the provision that mentions the Community Redevelopment Agency. Is that an existing portion already? Section 10-123, that the CRA retains the right to apply certain elements?
That's a new section.
Madam Chair, if
Mr. Evans, you're recognized.
If I may, with regards to the business tax receipt and the research that staff conducted, the reason why it's in the code and why it's in other special events policies is because your brick and mortar businesses are required to have it, and they pay taxes associated with and utility fees and what have you. If you have a situation where entities can come into your community and do business and then that reside without your community, there is no benefit besides the business operation or activity that they're doing. So that allows for the city to be able to receive some type of monetary contribution for conducting business in your city, because all your brick and mortar businesses are required to have a business tax receipt. And so that's why other municipalities require that as a part of conducting business in their community.
I have a question about something that Mr. McCoy said, raised this question in my mind. Do we require the people who participate in our tiki market to have a business tax, to pay a business tax receipt?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, oh, thank you.
So, this is not really good, Madam Chair, because looking back at that, this says Section 10-20 of the Riviera Beach Code of Ordinances is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 10-120, hyphen, special event vendor requirement. All vendors not licensed by the city will be required to be licensed before conducting business in the city, period. And it goes on for another couple sentences. But what exactly is the existing language if this section is saying that it's going to be amended? I don't understand what's being amended there. And this makes it a little confusing when you don't have any underlying language, underlines to indicate the new language. What is the actual new
It
language?
does, though. Are you looking at the same file I'm looking at? I'm so sorry.
There's a strike-through
My
underlined
file has
version.
underlinings and strike-throughs.
Right.
Does your have?
There's a strike-through underlined version, Mr. McCoy.
There's a.
That's not what I have. I don't know where I get that.
Look at the next file down.
It's the, that's not what's on mine. I'm looking at the one that was in the backup.
I was too. Yeah, I was too. There's a strike. There's a one that is stricken through and underlined.
And
Sorry.
then there's a
Well, that
clean version.
helps it a whole lot, right?
I think it's the last. Yeah, it's the last last item in the backup.
Well, in any event, I don't agree with vendors being required to do that if they're here on a special event.
Well, I can understand the objection to people just coming in and hosting a special event, not wanting them to get a business license. But it's the vendors, as Mr. Blankenship said. It's the people who are engaging in the commerce. It's not necessarily the people who are hosting the event that are needing to get a license.
I understand what you're saying, Madam Chair, but here it is. So if we have the MLK parade and the person that's pushing the cart down the street selling cotton candy, are we gonna require that vendor to then go and apply and get a business tax receipt?
I think we are. Mr. Evans?
And it's for a 2-hour event. That's exactly my question. And I mean, obviously, we have folks that come in and do specialized trades. When we have a picnic out here and there's a bounce house, the vendor that provides the bounce house, who's only gonna be here for 3 hours, we're gonna require them to come in and do an application that takes a brick and mortar anywhere from 3 weeks to 6 weeks to get done. We're gonna require them to go in and complete a business tax receipt application. And in most cases, all of the business tax receipts, along with the certificate of occupancy, is about $183. Is that what we're suggesting? Because I won't support this for that same reason. And we would have to revisit this code because that's just preposterous. We would never have anybody. And I brought this up before I even got on the board, because if this was true, we should be nickel and diming UPS for every single truck that drives in our community that drops off a package, or every Amazon Prime truck that comes into our neighborhood should be paying a business tax receipt for every vehicle. I mean, we're getting down in the minutia, and I don't think that this is what we should be doing as legislators, creating an additional tax for somebody that's just coming in that has no domicile. Obviously, it costs to do business here. It costs to have a business tax receipt and folks to come out and inspect your business. But if you don't have any domicile or brick and mortar location, what's the purpose of us asking a potential vendor that's here for a very short time, for a very special event, to spend that kind of time, not even to mention the money, just the time alone in doing this? And unless there's a consensus with the board, I'm just going to not support it. There's no need to amend it if the board members don't agree, because I just see that that's just overreaching. And I can tell you, I've only been through the BTR process maybe about 5 times. It's not really a fluid situation, especially dealing with now. Do we have a different process, right? Do we think about adding this code because there is a BTR process? And unless we're going to amend that process to then encompass special events, we're going to make a 3-hour special event vendor wait on 9 different departments to sign off on one business tax receipt application and pay $180. I'm not supporting this item, members. I yield back, and I'm done.
Thank you.
Good, Madam Chair.
You're recognized, Mr. McLaren.
So that was my question. Is the process the same? And do we charge the same amount, or is it prorated?
I would have to defer to Mr. Sherman to speak on the specificities with regards to the business tax receipt for vendors for special events.
Okay.
Good evening, Randy Sherman, Finance Director. I think there's 2 things we're talking about. One is applying for the special event permit. That's one process. But if you're coming in for a BTR, it goes through that same process. But again, you get your BTR and you're a vendor, you can use that all year. I mean, it's not just a one event BTR. Again, Finance takes the applications and we send it forward. The process that Development Services and Fire and Police and Code and the rest of them go through, I can't speak to that. But you're coming in, you're getting a BTR, it is good for the entire year. So it's not just a per event type BTR.
Thank you.
You're recognized. Anything else?
So is there any answer about the requirements of, like, the CRA? How does that work? Is that section suggesting that the CRA, any events that's going to be done or hosted by the CRA, are exempt from the special event requirement? And then, I mean, it's really not very clear, Mr. Evans.
The language that's here gives the flexibility. It doesn't say that, it shall or shall not. It says we have the right to apply any element contained in the ordinance. Our intent is to follow the exact same policy that's prescribed by the city to ensure that's uniformity and consistency, so one person doesn't go to book an event at Wells Recreation Center and then finds a different process if they go to the Marina Events Center or a Bicentennial Park, et cetera. So our intent is to comply with this if this item is passed in its entirety similar to that of the city.
Okay, and I just want to look at one last thing, and I didn't get a chance to pull up that strike through and underline version, but was there a definition of special events? Oh yeah, there it is. I just want to make sure that, okay, I just don't want to have the scenario of suggesting a meeting in a community center becomes a special event, so I don't see anything that speaks of a meeting. So, or even, see, and this is, okay, I don't support this item, members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Votel?
Yes, that motion is approved by a vote of 4-1. Item number 13.
Ordinance number 4162, an ordinance of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending Chapter 22 of the city's Code of Ordinances, entitled Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 2, Building and Technical Codes, Section 22-31, Building Code adopted, and Section 22-32, Administrative Amendments to the Florida Building Code, Chapter 1, Administration, by adopting by reference a new administrative code entitled Riviera Beach, Amendments to the Florida Building Code, 7th edition, Corinth 2020, providing for conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve ordinance? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded, Madam. Mr. Evans, we have a presentation.
Madam Chair, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermon, make this presentation.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am pleased to be before you to present this item, and I will start by saying this will be the first of multiple items coming from Development Services and related to our administration of the Florida Building Code as a city. The Florida Building Code is adopted every 3 years by the state legislature, and it automatically applies to every jurisdiction within the city. However, there are certain housekeeping aspects of it that need to be done locally that have gone neglected for a little while here, partially due to, for some time, outsourcing our building official services to third party and other factors. So there's some things that we need to clean up, and this is the first of a few items related to it. So the Florida Building Code contains Chapter 1, which is related to administration of the code. This is the things related to how a permit is processed, how inspections are done, which appendices are adopted at the local level. It is primarily a shell chapter meant to be customized at the local level for what works locally and with the processes of the type of government there. That's what this chapter does, and the city currently does not have an adopted Chapter 1 of the Florida Building Code. Again, it changes every 3 years, and every 3 years we need to adopt the Chapter 1 that meets our local needs. So this ordinance before you does that. It adopts a Chapter 1 that deals with those specifics of how we will administer and our processes related to the Florida Building Code. But this ordinance before you also adopts that via a standalone manual. Currently, all of those items listed under Chapter 1 for administration of the Florida Building Code are written directly in the ordinance. So every 3 years when it changes, we have to strike through everything and update those details related to Chapter 1. Whereas if we do it by reference, which this ordinance does, we have a manual that we can update every 3 years as a standalone document without having to be as messy doing it through the ordinances on the books. This also allows that Chapter 1 information to be available online quickly to anyone developing in the city. Additionally, it allows this information to be available on the state website, when someone looks up the Florida Building Code and they look up Riviera Beach, Chapter 1 would be available to them there, so they can have all of the information related to our codes and how we administer them located in one place. We have our building official, Mr. Michael Grimm, on hand today to address any questions, especially as they relate to the technical aspects of the building code and what we are attempting to accomplish here.
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Grimm.
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Sermons, I just want to make sure I understood you. You said that there is a need to adopt the appendices, but I'm correct, if I'm correct, it says in the memo that the building code is deemed adopted for use statewide without the need for adoption by local government. So any appendices would therefore be adopted as well. So can you clarify?
The appendices are only adopted if the locality elects to do so.
Okay, so aren't the appendices a part of the Florida Building Code?
If the locality adopts them.
But the memo must be incorrect because the memo clearly says the building code is deemed adopted for use statewide without the need for adoption by local government.
Correct. The code the technical aspects of the code apply automatically when the state adopts them. However, the appendices to the code are adopted only if the locality decides to do so. And again, our building official can provide more detail on this as well.
Okay, and I have one question for him when he finished. Thank you, Mr. Summers.
Mr. Grimm. Did you want to respond to any of that?
Certainly. My name is Michael Grimm. I'm the building official for the City of Riviera Beach. And Mr. Sermon's exactly correct. The building code is adopted by the state to be uniform throughout the state, except for the appendices. The appendices would have to be adopted individually by the local municipalities.
Thank you. We do have public comment, so let's hear public comment, and then we can.
Thane Lozman, Bessie Brown.
Thane Lozman. I think Mr. McCoy is probably the smartest person up there when it comes to understanding legal stuff, interpreting rules, and stuff like that, because that's one of his hobbies. And he's brought some very good points up, and that is, if you're going to adopt the Florida Building Code, you can't pick and choose which sections you want to adopt. Now, we have a full-time attorney and a full-time assistant attorney. And Ms. Busby out there signed off that everything was cool. Okay, so if everything is cool and we've adopted the Florida Building Code previously and we're adopted going forward, we have some problems that we need to discuss. Are we really going to adopt the whole building code, or are we going to carve out sections of it? And specifically, I'm talking about what happens when Lady March Goldwire, eventually Mr. Grimm will be fired for doing something. That's just the way this council works. What happens when a building official is terminated? The Florida Building Code discusses that. It says termination of employment. Employees in the position of building official, chief inspector, or inspector shall not be removed from office except for cause after full opportunity has been given to be heard on specific charges before such applicable government authority. So it says it in the code that we've adopted, Mr. Evans, yet your lawyer, Ms. Busby, is ignoring that. It's creating a case where you can have millions of dollars of a possible runaway jury because we've adopted the business code, the building code, but we've cut that section out. So we already have one building official that wasn't given the appropriate termination process. Sooner or later, Mr. Grimm is going to piss somebody off. He's not going to be given that thing. So what you need to come to a consensus, you need to analyze what has happened previously that we're not following the Florida Building Code, and why are we setting the city up for millions of dollars of a possible runaway jury this year when her case goes to trial? I want to understand what this vote means, because it's not clear. Because you say you're going to adopt the whole building code, and then there's a section you don't like, you're exposing the taxpayers to a huge amount of money. And as the largest property owner in Singer Island, I think I have a right to know why is your legal department picking and choosing which sections of the building code they want. You know, no one talks about that. Why don't we go through the code and say, what are we going to look at and keep and what are we not? Because otherwise, what you're doing right there, and Mr. McCoy would tell you that, what you're doing right there, you're adopting the code, and then when you're not following it, if I'm an attorney representing this code, well, I'm saying, hey, here it is. They adopted the code in 2017, and they didn't follow the procedure. Lady March wins. You know, 2025, they fired Mr. Grimm. They didn't follow the procedure. Mr. Grimm wins. There's something fundamentally flawed that the legal department that is signing off on this adoption of the Florida Building Code is putting the city at risk, and that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Lozman.
Bessie Brown.
Good evening, Bessie Brown. This is, it says building and technical codes. And then, I want to know, section 22 through 32, it says reserved. Does this mean that this stays, or is this actually being eliminated? I really, really would like to know, if you're just gonna adopt building and technical codes, and then you're gonna get rid of administration, all of these other sections, why is that? Why is that? I'd really like to understand what's going on, because then you're just doing codes and then you're deleting everything else. And that seems like a whole department is being deleted. I really would like to get a better understanding on that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Ms. Shepherd had an item on number 14. We're on number 13, Madam Chair, and members of the board.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Sermons or Mr. Grimm? Mr. McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Grimm or Mr. Sermons, when was the last time we implemented or adopted any sections of the Florida Building Code?
The last time we adopted provisions for Chapter 1 of the Florida Building Code was 2004. So the last several iterations of the Florida Building Code, we did not have Chapter 1 provisions adopted, and that is something that we are correcting and, again, creating a process to continue to keep up with in the future.
What year was that?
2004.
Okay, and was that done by a ordinance?
Correct, and it's the ordinance that's currently on the books, but it is expired because we're no longer under the same building code as we were in 2004.
Okay, so why aren't we under that same building code? Because it changes every 3 years?
Correct.
So in essence, what you're suggesting, even though the building code changes every 3 years, I think it's triennially is how it's pronounced?
Correct.
Triennially, then we have to come back and then adopt the appendices and appendix and amendments separate from what's already the actual code.
Correct. So when the code is adopted by the state every 3 years, Chapter 1 is essentially a shell. And so provision 101.2.1 says appendices, provisions in the appendices shall not apply unless specifically adopted. And so in this manual, it states that the City of Riviera Beach hereby adopts by reference, and it lists which appendices we are hereby adopting.
What section was that, 102 point?
And this is in the manual attachment that you have, but section 101.2.1, appendices. It's on page 2.
101.2.1. Okay. And this would be the new language that we're now adopting?
Correct.
Do we have the 2004 language?
It's what's in Municode and in your materials.
In Municode, that currently exists in Municode?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other comments? It has been moved and It has been moved and seconded that council approve amending Chapter 22 of the city's Code of Ordinances. If your name is called, please answer yes or no. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Votel.
Yes, the motion is approved by a vote of 4 to 1. Item number 14.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this item is listed under items tabled. However, in reviewing the video from the January 20th, 2021 City Council meeting, when this item appeared on the agenda, the item was actually postponed and not tabled, so it is not necessary for the board to do a motion to remove it from the table.
Thank you.
Resolution number 124-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a naming and renaming policy for streets, city buildings, and facilities or component thereof, and certain city real or tangible properties, providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve Resolution 124-20?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. We have a presentation by Mr. Blankenship? Or
Actually,
Mr. Sermons?
Good evening, again, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item, again, we previously brought it forth, but it did not contain additional provisions related to the naming of buildings and city facilities in addition to street naming. So there is currently a resolution on the city's books related to how we go about renaming or naming streets. This resolution would remove that resolution and replace it with what's before you. You can skip through that. The first section I will cover related to the portions of this resolution related to renaming or naming streets, and then I will turn it over to Director Blankenship to cover the portions related to naming city facilities and amenities. The table here is just a refresher on some of the other municipalities that we studied to look for best practices related to street naming administration. And this table here really highlights what's existing on our books related to street naming and what changes this resolution would add. So to quickly go through them, these aspects are already in place. An individual must have achieved local or national prominence and have been deceased for no less than 5 years to have a street named after them. Streets may only be named after living persons if City Council determines there are exceptional circumstances. All street names require review and recommendation from the Development Services Department. Renaming can be initiated by City Council or by citizens. Community rename applications must include a petition signed by 2/3 of the property owners along that street to be renamed. Those are all of the provisions currently in our policy. The additions we've added are the application fee of $250. We've also added a deposit for the expenses associated with the renaming of streets, namely the manufacturing and installation of new signs for the streets. And then it adds a provision on council-initiated proposals must include a funding plan as well as they move forward. Those last three are changes with this amendment.
Madam Chair,
You're recognized.
could I ask a question about so the applicant, they're just going to pay a deposit, or they'll be responsible for paying for the street sign changes as well?
Yes, and it doesn't
If it's
list.
not council initiated?
Correct. When it's not council-initiated and it doesn't list those details on this table, the applicant is required to pay a $1,000 deposit. If their renaming project is approved and costs more than that, they will be responsible for the remaining balance after it is approved. And it lists a timeline in the resolution by which they must pay those funds.
Okay.
If it comes to less than the $1,000 deposit, it also describes the process of us refunding any balance.
Okay,
Thank you. What does the funding plan, council-initiated proposals must include funding plan? Could you tell us a little more about that?
Correct. So if it is the pleasure of the council to create a resolution renaming a street to honor a person or anything, that it must also include where the funds will come from, that must be contemplated. There have been situations where there were miscommunications on how a city-initiated street renaming would be funded, and this is to clarify that that should be worked out on the front end.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Can I just say something?
I'm sorry.
I don't know if there was a miscommunication. It probably just never came up, and it was just done. And, I mean, it wasn't, I don't think, we've never discussed how it's going to be paid when we're talking about renaming. So I'm glad to see that is there, so that we don't have any issues later on.
Any other?
Madam Chair?
You're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Sermons, the individual must have achieved local, national prominence or been deceased for no less, and have been deceased for no less than 5 years. So are we not going to do any naming, street renamings of any living individuals?
Look at item 2. Look at item 2.
Streets may be named only after. Reading is fundamental. Thank you. So what would outline and highlight exceptional circumstances?
So we did, although this provision previously existed, we added an additional line to clarify that City Council shall determine what constitutes exceptional circumstances. So we do not provide a definition in the resolution for it, but we make it clear that the council amongst themselves must determine whether this person that's still alive checks all the boxes for someone we would want to recognize to the level of extent of changing a street name.
Anybody else?
I mean, I appreciate you all taking that off of your plate, but I think it does still need to be really, truly defined what exceptional circumstances are for, I mean, we need to determine what that is, because I just see it being the same as before. I don't see how, I mean, your argument of what exceptional circumstances is maybe different from what mine are. And so I think we have to define what that means. When you did any research for the other municipalities, did you all come across anything that kind of gave a definition or check boxes, things that we could check off and say for any living persons?
In researching the ordinances or resolutions on the books in other cities, we didn't come across a specific definition, but we can do additional research to find something that the council may deem appropriate for being more specific on what those criteria are for living individuals to be honored in this way.
Okay, yeah. I think that's important to define that, because otherwise we'll be in the same position we were before in terms of determining who qualifies for the naming. Right now, that would be a lot of debate, trying to determine what is exceptional. So, but will that hold us up from moving forward with this tonight, though, if we have to come up with the definition for the exceptional circumstances?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, you're recognized.
Does that particular, Director Sherman, does that particular provision only apply to the situation where it's driven by the City Council? So that exceptional circumstances is only applicable to when it's initiated by the council?
It's written as that applying to citizen-initiated street name renamings as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we're basically going to be in the same position we're in now. If that is not truly defined, what that means.
Yeah.
You're recognized, Mr. McCoy.
And add it.
Just take it out.
Yeah.
But that's for me, that's the whole purpose of needing this, because we do need something clearly defining, saying, I mean, done this, or you've done that, or, you know.
I'm saying if you take it out, there are no exceptional circumstances. It's just deceased for no less than 5 years and achieved prominence.
But that is only for individuals
Yeah,
who
we-
have achieved
Or you-
local or national prominence and have been deceased. But that means that we would not be able to do anything for any living person, though.
Correct.
Or, Madam Chair, if I may, or you can do something that says, street may only be named after a living person if the city council determines that there is, documented proof over a length of time of community service or what have you to, have a chronological timeline that's provided as part of the actual submission. So that it has to be measured, quantified, deliverables as it relates to the services that were provided or the activities that a person would have done. So in essence, I would see a situation where an individual, if the board would look to bring this forward, that particular council person would in essence have a resume or some information that really delineates and shows documentation over a duration of time that X person contributed, X to the city.
And I agree, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. But for tonight, though, if we don't lay that out, are we able to move forward with this and bring that one specific piece back to add as an addendum to this? Or are we now saying we have to, hold the whole thing off again?
Go ahead, Director Sermons.
If I may,
Mr. Sermons, you're
the
recognized.
section related to naming a street after a living person, I'll read it directly what it says. A living person only if the individual has achieved prominence as a result of his or her significant contributions to the nation, state, or local community, and only if a supermajority vote of council is realized. That's the current language, so it does make it more difficult, being that it has to be a supermajority vote of council. But if, again, additional detail in terms of what constitutes prominence or in things in that vein are needed, we could potentially add an addendum after further research or whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do think that needs to be done. Otherwise, we're still in the same position we're in. So if we can do the addendum at some point, you can get that for us, or let us know what you research, and if we can come up with some additional ideas, we can have that to discuss, so we can have a checklist. I mean, the amount of people that ask for this, that are living, Mr. McCoy can tell you, I'm sure he's been hit up a few times as well as everybody else. And you just want to be able to have a fair process and not be a popularity thing in terms of, or an election thing, or, you really need to have a set criteria as to why we're choosing to give this person this honor. And so I do think we need to do that. If we can move forward with it, if that's the pleasure of the board, that's fine, but that would need to be something that comes right behind it, and to not do any signs until we've put that on.
Mr. McCoy, recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few things. Councilmember Miller Anderson, I agree, but I don't know that there is any opportunity for there to be any kind of objectiveness in this, even if it passes from a citizen-led petition to change a name. I don't like the fact that we're going to ask an applicant to pay $250, and then it becomes still ultimately the decision of city council, and that $250 just goes towards the cost of staff time if they turn around and don't have that street name. And if it's done by city council, then we don't put up a fee, right? That's the first thing. And then even more so, to your point, it's become such a hassle. I'm almost ready to sunset everybody's and just start from scratch, because it just becomes too much that people think that it's all about what I heard Dr. King in one of his speeches called the drum major instincts, where everybody has to have their name on something or be the drum major. In essence, I particularly think it's great but we've kind of gotten too far with it. It's almost like the prerequisite to do it is you have to be some sort of minister or clergy, because probably 80% of them are representative of members of the clergy community. And it just becomes too much when you got folks that says, I don't want to get into that about what they've done and what they haven't done, or my cousin did more, and, you know, that just becomes too much. I like the fact that we want to recognize them, but there's no way that there's going to be any kind of impartiality to this, because if the decision is done, or if it's recommended by staff, it still is a decision of the body. And you really don't take the politics out of it. It still exists. And I know that that's the ideal situation, but, you know, I just figure if somebody go and get 2/3, 66% of the property owners on one street, which, again, members, you know, we got streets that go all the way from, we got East 23rd and we got a West 23rd, you know, so it goes both sides of Broadway and then even on the other side of the railroad tracks in some areas. So that means we would essentially be changing across your whole entire city, that one street. And if someone has the effort and manpower to get 66%, I just don't want to sit here and tell them, oh yeah, well, the council didn't approve it and you don't get your $250 back. Yeah, that almost kind of goes counter to the very essence of, you know, representation. So, you know, I don't see that there's ever going to be any real clear way to do this.
Madam Chair? I mean, for the application fee, I do think probably if we're not going to approve it, that probably needs to be refunded. I don't want it to seem like, you know, we're taking people's money and there's no, you know, if they don't get it. Maybe adding a refund refundable if it's not approved. I do think we could be objective if you say, just like it says, if you had some kind of, I don't know, if you have documented experience of doing things in the community for the masses, you know, if you've been recognized by X number of organizations in the city. I mean, having something like that, and regardless of how the vote may go, I mean, if the facts are there, then we should be able to take out the politics of it by just voting on the objectives if they met the criteria. Now, the criteria that we set, we need to make sure we're setting reasonable criteria. I think it can still be done as long as we have that criteria set. And I do think it's going to take a little time, not a little time, but definitely not tonight, to identify what that criteria is. So, and, you know, like I said, that $250 application fee probably should be refundable if, what is the fee what is it for, basically?
So the fee is consistent with any application that someone would submit to development services, even if it's a zone change, there's a staff fee, and if their, you know, request isn't approved, they don't get that back. So this wouldn't be inconsistent with that. But that is because the resolution as it currently sits requires a staff report to council, and that report should include research aspects such as the origin of the street name, any historical significance of the existing street name, whether there are any other historical structures around the city that have the same name that could potentially cause confusion, the age of the street name, whether it's a duplicate or not. So there's a lot of research that staff is required to present to this board for you to make that decision and us to provide a recommendation to you. And this is just to account for a little bit of that time. This would probably be one of the lowest application fees we charge in the department, and just to make sure that people aren't arbitrarily sending these applications, and they know that, you know, they have some skin in the game, and this is a part of that along with the deposit.
Right. Okay. Well, those are my comments in regards to the exceptional circumstances, identifying what that means, and I still say the refundable application fee of $250 if they're not approved.
I was about ready to agree with you on that, but it makes sense what Mr. Sermons is saying, that, you know, if there's no fee that you have the potential of losing, every person in the city could say, well, I want a street named after my uncle, and it doesn't cost me anything, and I know I'm going to get my $250 back. So
no, they'll get it back if they're not approved.
Well, that's what I mean. But there's no there's nothing to prevent a horde of people from coming in and wanting to do this if they're just know that if it's not approved, they'll get their $250 back.
They gotta get 66%
Yeah, they
still.
still gotta go through the process of getting those signatures, and they're putting in work.
Yeah.
And
Well,
when is the deposit done? At the beginning as well with the 250?
Correct.
Yeah.
okay.
Madam Chair?
You recognize Mr. Moss.
I would be in agreement that the application fee is a non-refundable fee with this process of a community-initiated or a citizen-initiated petition for renaming, just because of hours that will be put in by staff, the time and effort that's being done to process this if they're not approved or if they are approved. Majority of applications that are submitted, whether it's city-related or even just private sector, are non-refundable application fees that are submitted. So a resident would want to do some of the due diligence to prepare all of the information necessary to submit. Once staff completes their task and presents it to the board, we will make the decision as a council to move forward. But I would say that the application fee is not refundable. The deposit can be refundable.
I agree that we need to have a better definition of exceptional circumstances. I think we can move forward on this evening with the understanding that you'll come back to us with some clarification about that term. Any other comments? Did we have
Madam Chair?
public- Yes.
One additional comment. I just wanted to reserve the time after we make this motion for another motion.
Okay. Did we have public comment? Yes.
I wanted to note that there's a second part of the presentation, including the buildings and amenities.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hear that, and then we'll have public comments.
Director Blankenship.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Manager Richard Blankenship, Parks and Recreation Director. A few months ago, staff was asked to start developing a policy for the naming of facilities, amenities, the like that are in the city. And then when this first became before you, then we were asked to combine the two policies. So we have one policy now. I'll lead you to Section 7 that outlines the amenities in the city that can be named, dedicated, renamed, or rededicated. And then Section 8 gives the application process, the timeline, and the fee structure for these. Now, staff didn't know at the time how deep the council wanted to go in this process as far as approving it, but our better judgment was to give you the opportunity to approve them all. We have everything from existing buildings to new buildings to park benches, trees and landscapes, community gardens, playgrounds, existing, playgrounds new, pavilions existing, pavilions new, community center or gym room existing, community center, gym new, athletic field or court existing or new, and trail existing or new. As the city moves forward with its Reimagine program, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for people to be a part of this and to have some civic pride in their city and putting a name on something. So we wanted to have some guidelines. And what I wanted to point out at the very beginning of the policy, there's a disclaimer. Where the city has rights, we're setting rights that we can remove stuff after the fact if needed, if something goes wrong with the, maybe that we've seen nationally lately, we can remove that. We set that out early in the policy. Those fees that aren't related to the actual construction cover staff time, signage, any of the intricacies involved in naming something or renaming something or dedicating something. Section 9 of the policy dictates that we will be in charge of the signage. It will be uniform. The cost of the signage will be borne in the fees that they're paying, will be provided in the fees that they're paying. And we will be the one in charge of making it, putting it up, and unveiling it. With that, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Mr. McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Blankenship, can you point to that section that provides the city the option to remove?
Very top of the policy, not my part, but the whole policy.
Oh, okay, I was looking at the bottom.
I think it's,
Oops, I went too far.
Section 2, scope and applicability. E.
Refused to
I
minor
believe on
otherwise
your
equal.
version, it has it under F, under section 2.
E and
Yeah.
F, yeah.
Right to remove any name or rename of a street, building, facility, or real or tangible property.
And that is at the discretion of the city. Who's that?
Council.
Oh, okay. So it would be an action of the city council.
Right.
Okay. Even though, does this policy also provide for council ratification of a street bench, a bench at a bus stop?
Any tangible property that the city has.
It would be an action.
That is ours, that is the city's.
But it would be an action of the city council to approve a bench.
The way it's written now. Again, staff didn't know how deep in the weeds you wanted to get with this. So we laid it out that that you would be involved in all decisions.
Okay.
Did we have public comments?
Yes, Madam
Let's hear
Chair,
the
members
public
of the board.
Madam Clerk?
Margaret Shepherd, Bessie Brown.
To the mayor and city manager and to all of you in respectful place. Mr. Evans, I was thoroughly, I can't explain how I felt when you came to Ms. Dawson. I couldn't even breathe. I had to sit down up under the shade. I was looking for something big, but I tell you, outdid yourself. And I told Ms. Jenkins, when I go out, you get Mr. Evans to take care of me. That was excellent. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. But I'm here today. I'm back again talking about the Brooks Center. Nobody know the Brooks but them. Miss Dawson been doing this. I've been here 40-some years, and she's been doing this for years. She has the shovel in her house with a hard hat, and it's at Riviera Beach Heights. I don't want to ask nobody to do anything, but I just demand that that name be taken out of, try to find a way to put the Riviera Beach Heights up there. It's insulting that these people work so hard. And then I think I read a little article that Richard Riles is suing the city. So now you're here and nobody know where you came from. I just know him because of him being an attorney and but the stigma is that people work hard in this city. I have boxes and boxes of trophies. And I thought I outdid her, but when she took me in her house and I saw all those trophies, I sat down. She deserved it. And the one thing that I wish is that the street would be Southside Coalition. So when people come in there, they say, what is it all about? You always ask, what is it about? And you begin to explain it. This is our city, and it should be people that we know. And I'm grateful for Reverend Griffin Davis' name. He deserved it. Reverend Henley deserved it. These are not, Alexander, they deserve it. These people was here before some of us was even born. And then people come in our neighborhood and they just take over. It looks bad. And I was depressed. How does this happen? That you said, shovels in the ground, big ceremony, Riviera Beach Heights. And then that was a real slap in the face. I hope that you all will find some type of confidence in this city into the lady said old, so I guess I'm getting old. Us old people, let me put it like that, to do something that make us feel proud. Because we do work in this city. We work hard. Elections come, this stuff going on, they're scared of us. They know what's coming. We deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bessie Brown. Madam Chair, members of the board, as Ms. Brown come, the time is now 9:50.
Yes.
Hi, Bessie Brown, Riviera Beach. I just wanted to know, there was a thing up there, a document that says with the price and all of that. Well, that should have been in the backup as well. I think because how would we know that that's a part of the agenda item? You know, because, you know, this is the second time these little things come across. You present something to the council and the public doesn't have it. Now, I don't think that's too fair to the public. Especially where the fees are. If you had a $250 fee, I asked a question the last time and I didn't get an answer. I'd like to get an answer this time. The $250 fee for what? And then the $1,000 deposit. What is that for? And is that refundable?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Chair, and members of the board, that completes public comments on this item.
Madam, Mr. Chair, did we do an extension? It's almost 10.
Yeah, we need a motion for an extension. For
Move
the
to extend indefinitely.
Oh.
Second? Do we have a second?
I thought I heard,
No
Councilmember
second?
Miller Anderson. Did you say anything?
I said,
Oh, that was it.
If we don't have a second,
we didn't have a second?
We did not have
Oh,
a second.
second.
Motion's been made properly. Second, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier. Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Botel out.
Thank you. Mr. Blankenship, I believe you were completing your presentation?
I'm finished with my presentation. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, excuse me.
You recognize Mr. McCoy.
Ms. Miller Anderson, was your concerns, was there any suggestion of any offer of an amended, or did you want to see more work done on this where we
Yeah, I mean,
would agree?
yeah, I don't have the criteria in my head right now. You talking about that part? Yeah, I don't have that set, so I'm hoping that we could bring that part back and add it as an addendum of some sort. But I don't want to see anything move forward under this criteria, which is vague right now. So, I mean, do we need to have to put a moratorium on it, or just basically say we're not going to move forward with?
Postpone it again?
I mean,
Well, you know, I guess I don't have a problem with us sending it back, but if there is something specific, can we kind of put our suggestions into staff and see if they can come back with something I mean, when I say suggestions, I mean individually and, you know, outside of the meeting, we can contact the manager and offer our suggestions?
yeah, but what I'm saying is it would still put it to coming back to the next meeting.
Well, there's no other way, I don't think.
Yeah, well.
And this is, and I know what you mean, but I don't think that we can, I mean, this is just as critical as the ordinance amount of, I mean, we've been dealing with this for some time now, so I think it's important.
Yeah. Okay. So what are we going to motion
And,
to post?
you know, Madam Chair. And, you know, what's interesting is, you know, I thought in my mind, and let me just go back to that section, but what I seen about the renaming of building facilities, is that also the same reverter provision that, I mean, we're asking for proposed is $5,000 for an existing building. If that's not approved by city council, then obviously, is that person gonna get that money back? Because I don't think it says it in this section.
Counsel, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The way this is written is there's a separate application and processing for the naming of city buildings and amenities than street names. Street name applications would be processed by the Development Services Department. The naming of buildings and city amenities would be processed by the Parks Department. In terms of criteria, the resolution does direct the Development Services Department to create the application for street renaming. And in that application, we can add a criteria checklist that applies to proposed renaming for living persons. And that can be built into the application process since it's not written in this ordinance now. Again, just an additional option to get to where the council persons are looking to be.
Follow up.
And if I could add, for the facilities and such, there would be no monies exchanged until after you approve them.
Okay. And I would ask that we also include, because this seems to be specific to individuals. I mean, obviously, I don't know if the amphitheater in West Palm is owned by the city of West Palm Beach, but it has a name. What is it? Is it? No, the one in downtown. Meyer. I don't know if that's a person's name, but then, just like you said, cruising is a name, and I don't believe that was intended after an individual. I think that was after some sort of product or something like that. So can we?
Well, now we would be talking about naming rights versus dedication.
But
and we don't have naming rights in the policy.
I'm sorry?
We don't have naming rights in the policy. What you're talking about with Cruzan or...
right, but essentially, if we're going to ask somebody to pay $5,000 for a building, I mean, that's pretty much naming rights.
Naming rights, in my definition, are temporary.
Okay, and, yeah, I think we're going too far. So, okay. Right. But I believe, Mr. Blankenship, if I'm correct, you're saying naming rights only exist for a temporary amount of time.
Well, we don't have a policy on naming rights, but that's the difference between naming rights and dedications as written in this policy.
I'm sorry, I don't understand how you're differentiating between naming rights and item number 2 under section, where am I, 8? You don't think of this as naming rights?
These are dedications that, unless extenuating circumstances, they're up there forever. Naming rights would be Joe Robbie Stadium or Seminole Hard Rock Stadium or that Cruzan amphitheater that could change. It's a contractual thing.
But these could change as well, right?
Only with extenuating circumstances.
I understand.
Or not even in that case, if someone comes in 10 years or 15 years later and say, I want to change it from John Smith to James Smith, then, I mean, essentially, we sunset John and give me $5,000, Jane, and your name goes on the building. I mean, that's what we're getting down into, right?
Yeah.
Careful. This is almost as slippery as the reason that we're here. Yeah. I don't have an appetite for this, members, because it's too much. So, can I move to postpone?
Madam Chair,
You're recognized.
it's the street and the building, you're saying, right? Or just, you're saying the building?
It's
Both
all,
of
it's
them,
all
right?
one.
It's one, right? Well, that's where I think we were heading anyway, to get the clarification on the criteria. And then I guess if there's some other concerns about the building naming, then maybe when we have our individual conversations with them, we can talk about that with them as well, so that when it comes back, all of that could be presented. Second.
I will say, thank you. I just want to say one thing. I think it's been almost 3 years now ago that a gentleman on Singer Island asked if he could name a bench after his deceased daughter, and I have yet to have anybody give me a process to do that. So I'm happy to see the park benches are here so that that gentleman can finally have it named after his daughter. It's good to see that there's a process in place, so I appreciate that. Any other comments before we vote on postponing?
Madam Chair, is it going to be postponed indefinitely or postponed to a specific date?
I would say indefinitely. Because, I mean, who
That's what
knows?
your motion is?
Yes. Move to
Wait.
postpone.
I mean, I have I seconded it, but why do you want to do indefinite instead of the next
Because
meeting?
I don't want to force them to come back in 2 weeks. And then, you know, I just don't want to put that pressure on. I mean, we're already here at 10 o'clock, so I want them to have the discretion on deciding when to bring it back, depending on the capacity of the agenda to come. So if it's not the first meeting, then, you know, indefinitely leave it open to maybe the second meeting in March.
Mr. Sermons, how much time do you think you would need to clarify these issues?
Well, we got to meet, talk to them.
Yeah, but how much, I mean,
As far as finding definitions and criteria, we could have something turned around in 2 weeks. That's not a problem.
would there be enough?
Right, but then would it be able to be back on the agenda, given the capacity of the agenda?
Madam Chair, if I may, I don't think it would be able to be placed on the first meeting in March because we've already got some pretty substantive items that are queued up for that agenda. So it most likely would be the second meeting in March when this can come forward.
Okay. That probably should give us enough time to speak with staff.
So you're making your motion.
Is that
for
your
the
motion
second
then to
meeting?
second postpone?
Indefinitely.
Okay.
I mean, does that not work?
That'll work,
Councilman?
yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work but I would say if we could try to get it back as soon as, well, not as soon as possible, but by the second meeting of March, if they're ready.
And then, you know, keep in mind, I thought community benefits deadline was the end of this month, so, you know, there's gonna be some items that we're gonna have to deal with, so.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone this indefinitely. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
I know we're stating indefinitely, just to kind of give staff the flexibility, but just as direction, I would love to see this, or I actually want to see this by the second meeting in March, since the first meeting is already full, as Mr. Evans has stated. So do we want to determine that we just set that date? Because I want this on the agenda for that second meeting in March.
I mean, I agree with you on having it for
Okay.
the second meeting.
Yeah, okay, so
Yep.
the motion is altered to say postponed until the second meeting in March?
Okay, but what if in some event, something occurs that they're not able to produce it, then what happens?
They'll
I
let
mean, I
us
think
know
that
and then we'll
directive
go
is
us-
there,
yeah.
Mr. Evans,
They can come back and ask for an extension.
They'll come back, yeah.
okay.
Okay, so the motion is to postpone till the second meeting in March. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes, that motion is approved unanimously, so we'll take this up at the second meeting in March. Item number, thank you,
Madam
gentlemen.
Chair?
Item-
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Lawson, you did ask
Thank
for an
you,
opportunity
Madam
to make.
Chair, I appreciate it. Being that we did postpone this to March, I wanted to address with my colleagues the opportunity to move forward with a street naming and bring this back at the same time with that meeting in March. Council initiative, street naming. Two of the things that were addressed in this process are funding source, and I was going to ask one of my colleagues to support using sector funds to provide a funding source from District 3. And then also in regards to the individual, I wanted to make a motion to have 9th Street named after our bishop, former mayor, Bishop Thomas Masters, and bring that motion to the table for my colleagues.
Do we have a second?
When you want that coming on the same agenda?
The same
as
agenda item,
the
immediately following that agenda item. So in the event that that item is passed, we would go ahead and make a decision to move forward with that.
Do
But
we
having
know
the
if he-
research done so that we could know the cost, so that we could, because I know they have to do the due diligence and research, but making it a council-initiated item to be brought back on that same agenda item.
So
Do we know that he met the criteria?
Well, council-initiated, it would be council-initiated.
I think she's
So
teasing
I'm
you.
hoping that, his 12 years of mayor and 30 years of serving this community would be sufficient, but we'll wait till they give us the proper outline to determine. But we'll see if they come back with that information for us.
Mr. McCoy, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, council member. You know, I'm not sure if I'm confused, but that's the very reason that got us here to making this, and you're asking us to now start that process before we even adopt. I mean, you're putting us on notice about that process before we even adopt the policy. I don't understand why we would do that, and that's the very reason that drove us here. And
Based upon the
obviously,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
it caused a lot of concern when we found out that a room was dedicated and it was not even authorized by the council. Now, the very thing that we were trying to stop is being now proposed by you. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, not the very thing we're trying to stop. Based upon the agenda item that we reviewed, that we did table until the second meeting in March, and the criteria that's outlined in these attachments, I would like us to move forward as a council and board to immediately follow that resolution with the resolution of the naming after a prominent individual from our community. So in the event that that is not passed on that second meeting, then we will not go forward with the naming.
Right. So you're really just asking Mr. Evans to place that on the agenda?
And have all the information prepared in regards to costs, because I know we have to determine costs and have staff take the steps necessary.
Well, I think that's fine. You're just asking for an agenda item.
So we're not essentially doing the naming. I'm not going to ask for the naming and then ask the resolution later. I want it prepared for that meeting, second meeting in March.
Madam Chair,
Yes, who's speaking?
could we add my father to that list to name S Avenue after my father, Brother Bob, for his accomplishments in this city also?
You can add anybody you want to the list. You can put them on the agenda. I mean, I could put my sister on, but I mean, you know, it's just an agenda item, so sure, why not? Anything else on this topic? Are we exhausted it? I think we've exhausted it. Item number 15.
Wait, can I
Madam
add somebody
Chair,
to
we
the
need to
list?
take a vote on the
No, I'm just saying, I mean,
postpone.
I might as well add somebody that I know to the list since
Sure,
we're doing
that's what I
it.
said.
Never mind. I withdraw.
I think we ought to rename Broadway.
Well, you know what? Let's go to Tallahassee, rename the whole city.
Item number 15.
Madam Chair, I don't believe we took a vote on the postponement. We did?
We did.
Okay.
We did. It was unanimous.
I'm getting sleepy.
No. Did so. We did. Are you kidding?
Resolution number 1721, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida.
Wait. Did we not vote on the postponement of this?
Yes.
We did.
It was unanimous.
We did. It was unanimous.
And then
Trogic says
Councilman
so.
Lawson then asked to be acknowledged.
Yeah, we didn't have to vote on Councilman Lawson's because he was only asking for something to be put on the agenda. We don't have to approve that. Yes.
But you, okay, right.
Yeah, okay.
You did the one
We're
prior
good.
to.
We're good.
Yeah, okay.
I'm in charge. Item number 15.
Resolution number 1721, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, accepting the recommendation of staff and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute 3-year continuing service agreements with the firms of Oversight Construction, Inc., Brown and Caldwell, Gaudet Associates, Inc., PISTORINO in Harlem, PSA Management, Inc., and Sanska USA Building, Inc., to provide owners representative services for various citywide projects, providing for 2 additional 12-month renewal options based upon the mutual consent of the parties and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve?
So moved, I'm sorry, so moved.
We have a second. Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Evans, we have a presentation.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I can have the Director of Procurement, Ms. Althea Pimsel, make this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Chair Botel, Council. We're proud of the responses that we received for this item. As we move forward with the initiatives of the council, we're realize that we want to be doing a lot of things in a lot of places at one time. And as a result of that, the purpose of the owner's rep is to assist the city in many ways. We were proud of the responses that we received. We received 6 responses. In addition to the 6 responses we received, we have 100% SBE, DBE, and MBE represented among the 6 firms in one form or fashion. So at least 3 of the firms have 100% in those categories, in one or more of those categories. The firms will be a pool of suppliers available to the city on an as-needed basis. They will serve somewhat as a CMAR, a construction manager at risk. Each project is different, so there's no cost allocation with this award until a project is ready to be bidded among the pool of suppliers. This provides for an opportunity for local suppliers, including the ability to work with the larger firms to develop them. The firms range from small to large and of varying degrees of expertise. Their primary functions are consisting of the 3 main project phases: pre-project or construction service, that consists of reviewing plans, analyzing cost estimates, conducting design progress meetings. The construction phase, they coordinate with designers, contractors, and assist with direct purchases, do progress reports, scheduling, review shop drawings, and confirm payments for completed works. The closeout services ensure that as-built drawings are provided, that operation and maintenance manuals are provided, as well as to ensure that any deductions or savings are then also realized. One of the primary things that we can benefit from is communication, cost savings. Some people think it ranges from around 2 to 3%, but each project is unique, so there's no real set dollar value that we can say that it's going to be 7 or 8 or 10%. But we know that we will get what we negotiated, and it's my goal always to make sure that we steward the funds of the city properly. Another thing is constructability reviews. We have a lot of designs sometimes that require a little bit more viewing, and sometimes a different set of eyes is helpful to us. As with the utility districts, they have several projects that they would like to get out of the ground: the lift station number 19, the canal crossing, and also Palm Beach Shores. They'll need an extra set of hands to be able to help them to manage these projects as well. Software and information, generally they have great software accessible to them to be able to track the project and for the records filing, permits, and all of those other things. There's also the relationship of being an extension of staff. They help with scheduling. So there's a lot of benefits that the city can achieve from the use of owners' representatives. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Mr. McCoy recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Penzel, this, I think I've seen, is it 2 years with additional 12 months?
Yeah, I think it's 3 years and then 2 additional 1-year periods.
Okay. So how often do we put out these, I guess these would be continuing contractors? How often?
Well, this is one of several that we've done recently. What we're trying to do is build a cadre of consultants and engineers and other professionals to assist us with the projects. So I don't know in the past how often we've done that, but since I've been here, we've done at least 4.
Okay. All right, that's fine, and I'm okay with this. I just know you said a whole lot, and I was just hoping that going forward, if we're just going to be routinely recertifying these individuals to be basically continuing service agreements, then that's something that would just be on a consent. That's what I would hope that the members, because clearly this, all we're doing is reauthorizing that the staff can have on hand at dispense. What is this, 6 contractors? Yeah,
Yes.
6, you said 6.
Yes.
So we're not speaking of any monetary, but this is pretty routine, and this just gives staff that flexibility. But I'm perfectly okay with it. I just, I'm glad you made such a thorough explanation. I just hope that if this comes up again, certainly if members want to pull it, then I just think this is regular and routine. And, because, unless there's some significant issue, I don't see why we need a whole lot of extended discussion on it. So thank you.
Thank you. Did we have public anybody else? I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Go ahead, you can have public comment.
Dolores Williams.
But what I'm up here for, to the mayor, the chairman, and all of you, I just want to give a comment to Mr. Blankenship, who had to leave, for the outstanding senior citizen Valentine dinner. They always do a wonderful job. They just couldn't be over here this time. But I'd just like to say that and thank them for an awesome job that Mr. Blankenship and Gwen did. And I'd like to say something about when the maintenance people for the streets cut the grass, why don't y'all supply them bags to catch that grass that are going down the drainage?
This is
y'all
about,
trying to get us paid.
excuse me, Ms. Williams, this is about the topic on item number 15.
I told you I didn't want to talk about, I wanted to give a comment on Mr. Blankenship about the parks, what he's doing for the dinner.
But we're not on public comment now.
But that's what I wanted to give a comment about that. I could have discussed that.
Okay,
But
go ahead.
I don't think it's extended 2 years, but still, I just want to give them a comment.
Okay, thank
I
you.
saw
I'm sure they appreciate
the
that.
parks are doing, but I need y'all to check on that too. When they cut this grass,
Yes,
it's going
okay.
down the drain.
We'll check on
This
that.
stuff stop
Thank you.
up.
And now
I want
item
the paper,
15.
That's what that
Right.
amendment is about.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes.
Thank you.
public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Madam Chair.
You're recognized, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Pimsel, thank you so much for hearing just the wishes and desires of ensuring local women and minority participation, because that being included was something that we've been driving since I sat on this dais, and that's something that you've made sure that was addressed with this. So thank you so much for that and ensuring that with this project. I have a question. The last time that we used owner's rep, based on my conversations during my agenda review, was Marina Phase 1. What are we doing to ensuring some of these experiences that we had the first time and some of the challenges that happened during Phase 1 process will not happen again with Phase 2 or any other project that we use an owner rep for?
Well, I can honestly say that with these ones, we will certainly have strong performance metrics. Unfortunately, Mr. Lawson, I don't know really what happened in the past.
Good.
So I don't have, a background or history on that. But I do know we picked some solid firms, and performance metrics are very important. But I will, get with staff to figure out what exactly took place before to make sure that we can avoid those pitfalls in the future.
Give me some examples of the performance metrics that we're going to be looking at. What are we looking at with this owner's rep?
Well, one of the performance metrics is making sure that they provide adequate reporting, that they conduct weekly construction meetings, that they ensure that if we're using the owner direct process, that that's done correctly, that we also ensure that the scheduling stays on track, that they inform the city if something goes wrong, or that they need a decision from us, that they have clear processes to be able to communicate back and forth all the elements of what's occurring with the project.
And who's the vendor going to report to?
Who they will report to?
Yes, ma'am.
It depends on the project, but basically it'll be the Public Works Department or the Utility District or the department that's using their services.
So whichever department that's using the service is going to report directly, is going to report to that director of their department. So whether it's in our Parks and Rec, Public Works, UD, they'll report to those directors.
Yes, and city administration overall.
Okay, and then that would be weekly reports that they'll be giving?
It depends on the project. Some of them will be weekly. We can ask for whatever we need depending on the project.
And then the performer that they're going to be bringing to the table, when do we make a decision or determination that they're not going to be hitting those points that we need as an owner rep? How long will that drag out?
In my world, it doesn't drag out. If we see that they're not providing what we need when we need it, we need to deal with it immediately.
Okay. Are we going to give constructive criticism? Are we going to give them an opportunity to make corrective measures? Or are we going to immediately terminate contracts? That's more of my concern.
I believe we should always do constructive criticism and also cure notices, whatever it takes for us to bring them back in a line. Our goal is to have partners, you know, and to use our stick, the stick of penalty when it's needed. There will also, of course, in every project be different nuances like liquidated damages or things like that, depending on that. But yeah, I believe in the weekly meetings or bi-weekly meetings, however we set them up to do. Generally, you start off with weekly meetings when the project is new, and then you adjust accordingly. But at each of those meetings, we are going to also help staff to understand how to work with owners' representatives as well. So I am very committed to training staff on the procurement process, and I will do so in this instance as well, so they understand what the city's role is and what the contractor's role is.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Pimsel. And again, I appreciate the work that you're doing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else? It has been moved and seconded that the council authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute 3-year continuing services agreements to provide owners' representative services. As your name is called, please answer yes or no. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier? Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes, that passes by a vote of 4 to nothing. Item number 16.
Resolution number 18-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a work order to Devland Demolition and Sites, Inc. of Boynton Beach, Florida, to demolish the existing Walgreens at Blue Heron Boulevard and Congress Avenue and the library at the City Hall complex in the amount of $113,638.53 and $90,409.80, respectively, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the director of finance and administrative services to make payment for same from project number 18034 and 21010, and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve
So
Resolution
moved.
18?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, we have a presentation by Mr. Bailey.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As you know, we continue with our Reimagine Riviera Beach capital program. The item before you today is for the demolition of 2 existing buildings. The first building being the Walgreens on Congress and Blue Heron. This is an effort that is required in order for us to bring the new Fire Station 88 out of the ground at that same site. In addition, the library at the City Hall complex is currently not in use. And as you know, we purchased a new building at 2129 North Congress, and this board authorized renovations, I believe last month, for the interior of that building to house our library and youth empowerment services. So this resolution will authorize the contractor to begin prep work and contracting for the demolition of these 2 facilities immediately for Walgreens, and then after the library is fully moved over to 2129 North Congress, that building, I should say, shall also be demolished.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you said we had public comment.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thane Lozman, Bessie Brown.
Thane Lozman, one firm from Boynton Beach to demo that? That's not going to cut it. Back in 2006, when I moved to Riviera Beach, Michael Brown's brother, the mayor, was the demolition guy. And there was a bunch of other demolition guys who wanted to tear down all the 5,000 homes and all the businesses around there for their $2.4 billion contract. And I remember they came and talked to me. Said, hey, why are you opposing the redevelopment project to give away the marina and knock down all these homes? We're going to make millions of dollars. You know, we're struggling in here in Riviera Beach. And I said, hey, I'm against eminent domain to take private property. I said, why should poor people be kicked out of the waterfront? Michael Brown's theory was that the poor people shouldn't live by the waterfront. It was too valuable. So everybody should move to Pahokee. But in the process of doing that, I learned a lot about the demolition gang. And the point being, there's plenty of demolition people in this city, and I don't know if with Mayor Masters maybe, he said we need to give points when it comes to a competitive bid if they're based in this city. Somebody ought to go back to that mindset and say, we're going to table this, and we're going to see is Brown's brother and all these other guys who came up to me 15 years ago, are they out of business? Because they're still in business in Riviera Beach. We need to do what's best for this city, not what's best for some firm in Boynton Beach. You know, I want to understand why there's only one firm that applied. Did all those companies go out of business? Okay, great. If they did, I understand Boynton Beach. But what are we going to do for the people of this city? Okay, for the people that work here, why aren't we giving bonus points like they do in other places, that if you're a local city, you get points as part of the competitive process? So I have a problem when I see one company in Boynton Beach, and I know for a fact 15 years ago I had all these demolition guys yelling at me for fighting to keep those homes from being given by eminent domain. You know, does anybody really care? You know, you're up there, you're looking at your phones, you really care. You got a poor woman here, Miss Williams, we call her the bullhorn lady, and you mock her. That's why you shouldn't be the chair. She waited here all night to make 3 minutes of comment, and you just pay her lip service. You are a disgrace when this woman is an activist in this city, okay? But the rest of you up there, does anybody care about the businesses in Riviera Beach? I know Masters used to have job fairs. He used to have all kinds of stuff. So you're just looking at the clock. We're going to talk the next 20 seconds. I want to have an answer why we're giving this contract to Boynton Beach when there's plenty of demolition contractors in this city. I'm going to ask the mayor, you ought to go around and see who's the demolition contractors and say, we're going to talk to them one-on-one. Maybe they were, well, it was COVID, who knows? But we should give that contract to somebody in this city, because 15 years ago,
Thank you,
there was
Mr.
a ton of
Lozman.
demolition contracts, okay? Demolition contractors.
Madam Chair, members of the board, it looks like Ms. Brown has left, and that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council?
Yes.
You're recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey, I think I must have missed it. So where's the existing items for the library? Is that going to be moved over to the new facility?
Yes, once the renovation at 2129 North Congress is complete, all the items will be moved from the existing library at City Hall to 2129, and the 2129 will be their operating location until the permanent location of the library is completed.
Do you have a proposed timeline on, I guess we're waiting on the renovations. Do you have a proposed timeline on that?
Yes, right now we're anticipating early in the summer, and early, I mean in June, we're anticipating having the grand opening for the new library and youth empowerment center on Congress.
Okay. And this Devlin, is that the only submitter we have for this?
Yes, you'll recall in the last quarter of last year, we brought before the council many contracts in the pool of contractors. We had 13 in the general construction arena. We had 3 vendors who came in for demolition. All 3 vendors were given opportunity to come to these buildings. As you can imagine, with the complexity and age of the buildings, we made the pre-bid meeting mandatory. You need to set foot in there before you can just throw in a price for this demolition. Devlin was the only vendor that showed up of the 3 that are on our demolition contract, and so we are moving forward with Devlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? It has been moved and seconded that council authorize a work order to land demolition and site of Boynton Beach, Florida, to demolish certain properties. As your name is called, please answer yes or no, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier? Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Votel?
Yes, that item passes by a vote of 4 to nothing. Item number 17.
Resolution number 19-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a work order to AE Engineering of Riviera Beach, Florida, to evaluate the city's roadway network, to develop a long-range capital plan in the amount of $50,000, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, making an appropriation in the amount of $55,000 from available impact fees, roads, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to create Project 21020 pavement assessment, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment for same from project number 21020 and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, there are no public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment card on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve Resolution 19-21?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey?
Yes. Toward the end of last year, I was before this board in reference to roadway projects, and the question came up on the methodology with which roads were selected for reconstruction. I had mentioned at the time that there was a 2013 pavement analysis and study that we were attempting to use as a guide. That study is now outdated and requires updating, and this resolution will provide for updating the pavement analysis throughout the city, and will provide us a 5- and 10-year capital plan that we can then use and follow as we move through the worst streets first methodology for investing in infrastructure in our roadways.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious, the worst streets methodology, I know between 23rd and 26th Court, they're pretty bad off in Monroe Heights. So is that on this, where's that on that criteria list?
Could you provide the cross street on 23rd to 26th Court that you're referring to, sir?
So we're talking from Avenue R, between Avenue R and President Barack Obama Highway. That whole section from 23rd Street, there's a little valley in the middle of those streets. I would hope that that's on your list.
This plan intends to look at all of the streets and determine, based on their age, the last time they had a significant investment, if there are significant issues with their water, sewer, or drainage infrastructure that require immediate attention. Those are the primary criteria that determine the sort of age and the life expectancy remaining on the road. I think that the roads you're referring to, sir, recently had a significant investment, and based on general criteria, probably will not rank very high in the need for replacement based on engineering analysis.
Okay, follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Well, I know the engineering and, the timeline, that's cool, but, even recognizing in 2019 when we started here as new members, we had some significant challenges, and they still exist with that, and we had to really bite the bullet and move forward. But to make matters worse, we're not doing a great job at managing these projects, Mr. Bailey. Matter of fact, we're doing a terrible job. And I'm going to point out to you, I called the assistant city manager one day when somebody called and said, you guys turned the streets into one-ways. I said, I can assure you that didn't happen. But when I went over to Avenue M at Monroe Heights Park, and I traveled southbound from 25th Street down to 23rd Street, when I got to 24th Street, clearly, whoever the road pavement person literally turned 23rd Street into a one-way street. And it's very clear because you see the markings of the I guess the paint that was on the road. And I'm just saying to myself, all the money that we spend and we ask the board and to approve for these projects, we literally have a contractor that put the striping and put directional arrows going in the wrong direction. How do we get that? And then clearly, there is, not even it was repaved, it seems like somebody just painted over top of it, but clearly, if you were traveling east on 23rd Street, West 23rd Street, and you came around that curve in the 1100 block, you literally had someone painting it as if it was a one-way street driving northbound. So I just, this all sounds good, but I just see that, I don't see where we're really improving and how anybody is managing. I know they cleaned it up, but that goes to show that we're not doing what we should be doing when it comes to these projects. Because if it's, I know we had the guys that were managing it, the outside firm that was doing the day-to-day management, I guess the construction management portion. But I just don't see that we're doing a good job, and I really like to see how we can put together, again, a plan to address not just, citywide, but more importantly, the issues that we didn't correct the first time, and make matters worse, we doubled down and got it wrong. Well, not we, but it's wrong because people look at the city council members. They call and come by personally and say, this is wrong. That was a big one. And as far as I'm concerned, that should be high on the charts when you're literally asking these folks that are taxpayers. And then, I'm sorry, let me deviate for a second. That goes back to the very point of why we need more public information, Mr. Evans, on that 50% improvements that's being repealed from the charter, because it just was repeated here tonight several times incorrectly and improper. And this is the stuff that we get crucified for in our communities. This very thing where there's a lot of misinformation out of here. And believe it or not, that passed 4-1, and then the police and fire charter passed unanimous. But getting back to the street thing, that was just outright ridiculous. I know we had some challenges that were beyond, this body's control when it came to the overall design of that. But when we were here, they literally painted the directional signs in the wrong direction. And that's unacceptable. So I will hope that not just this item, authorizing this firm to take an assessment and, come up with a long-term plan, but we have to just do a better job in managing these. And I just have one question. I guess I said all that to ask this question. I'm not understanding, how is this coming? It said it's coming out of the impact fees. Impact, make $55,000 from available impact fees. What does that mean? Can you explain what that means, is from the available impact fees?
I would request our finance director, that was his component of this resolution on the funding source.
And while he's coming, I guess I want to make the question more specific. Are we budgeting to receive that, an allotment of impact fees, and then we're budgeting to expend that amount of 50,000? I'm sorry, 55,000. I can't see. Mr. Sherman?
No, sir. Randy Sherman, Finance Director. As projects occur within the city, new construction occurs, they're paying impact fees. They pay for roads, they pay for public buildings, they pay for parks, they pay for police, they pay for the fire department. So those funds are kept aside, they're separated, and then we come back here and we get those dollars appropriated. So what we're doing is we're taking some of the dollars out of the roads impact fees, and that's what we're appropriating for this project.
Last question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Sherman, when we collect impact fees, it does not go into general fund?
No, we keep it in a capital project fund, because the impact fees have to be used for specific purposes. So it's a special revenue that we keep to the side.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, you recognize.
With regards to the comment that Councilperson McCoy made with respect to the roadway projects, after this analysis is complete, we would bring the analysis back and then obviously bring back what the anticipated cost would be associated with. So if we then move forward with a plan to fund roadway projects or the reconstruction of roadways, we can look at certain areas to find out, hey, what would the cost be associated with that? So if there is any previous construction activities or roadway projects that may have recently been done and conceivably would score high as it relates to the condition of the asphalt, we still would have the ability, if we go out for a bond issuance or what have you, to look to address that as a part of our holistic roadway network plan that we look to bring forward. So that's going to be also something that we would discuss once the study is complete, but definitely looking at it from the standpoint of which roadway has the greatest chance for failure or is not up to standard, and then having that discussion with the board holistically. How do we fund it, and how do we address maybe some of the other concerns that the community has articulated?
Thank you. I have a comment to make just with regard to the little section there across from Publix. I think that, Mr. Evans, you've been receiving complaints from people on that side of Blue Heron about the fact that the trucks from Publix are really ruining the streets over there. So I'm hoping that you take a close look at those streets when you do this study. Anything else? It has been moved and seconded that council authorize a work order to AE Engineering to evaluate the city's roadway network to develop a long-range capital plan. As your name is called, please answer yes or no.
Councilperson Lanier? Yes. Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson? Chair Botel?
Yes, that motion is approved 4-0. Item number 18.
Resolution number 2021, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding bid 1016211 to Zabit Engine Services, Inc., DBA Zabit Power Systems, Inc. of Jacksonville, Florida, to purchase and install generators at Public Works, Lindsay Davis, and the Brooks Center facilities in the amount of $652,741.04, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment for same from project number 21010 and GL 2663010155200, and providing an effective date. Madam Chair and members of the board, we do not have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve Resolution 20-21?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Mr. Bailey? This is yours too? Yes.
Yes, Council, you will recall traditionally each year, staff brings a hurricane preparedness plan and request for funding in preparation of our summer storm season. At last year's meeting, the question was raised why we continue to rent generators, and the council directed staff to install permanent generators and not rent them another year. This is the coming to fruition of that directive. We conducted a design, put a solicitation out, and the winner, the lowest responsive bidder was Zabit. You will note that we've expanded to 2 new facilities in addition to previous conversations. The Lindsay Davis Center and Brooks Center are now going to be provided with generator power. This is a direct result of changes based on COVID. You will recall in years past, we packed a significant number of staff members when there was a storm coming in the Public Works building. Under COVID scenario, that is no longer an option. So we are bringing these 2 facilities online into our quiver as opportunities and locations where we will be able to house staff during a storm. These are the 2 newest buildings, other than the Public Works building, that have been built to post Hurricane Andrew standard that will also now have generators. So we'll be able to spread the staff out, do sort of distancing while we brace for an impending storm, and also allow us to deploy more rapidly as we will be embedded in the community at these facilities.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Mr. McCoy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bailey, I'm just curious, looking at both proposals, I'm sorry, both submittals, excuse me, that's a more appropriate terminology. Give me 1 second, I can get them back up. But there's a bit of a disparity in the amount of the generator costs, and I'm not sure if I understand that. And I mean disparity between the 2 firms. And it said, give me 1 second, I'll get it back here. bid sheet, why is the purchase different between the different contractors? Am I seeing that correctly? Seems I see
I'm sorry, why is the,
purchase price different.
well, under the construction plans, we generally do a performance specification for the generator. It'll have to be, say, 500 kilowatts, but we will limit it to, say, the top 3 brands. We're not going to allow the vendor to propose, say, some very cheap brand. Similarly, when you buy an AC unit, you're going to buy a Trane, you're going to buy one of the American brands that you know has a longevity and history. So the difference in price can be explained potentially by different selection in the brand of equipment that was proposed by the 2 different vendors. And if you look, Zabit is an actual generator company. The other firm is a general contractor that would simply be buying a generator sort of off the shelf, for lack of a better word, and sort of cobbling together a team, and that's not necessarily their specialty. So they potentially have different cost profiles, embedded costs, and different levels of experience installing generators of this scale.
Okay, so, and forgive me if it seems that I am naive to this, but wouldn't the city be better positioned to purchase this, or going through that supplier? Because it seems like the difference in price, the difference in the 2 bids is the price of the generator.
I think to your question of would the city be better off purchasing the generators
as the price.
directly,
Right.
that we possibly could. That's not a model that we have done.
Fair enough. I just didn't know if that was how it works, but literally what I'm seeing here is that the difference of the 2 bids is mostly made up of the actual purchase price of the generator. Not to mention, I don't know if the council member is going to say this, but I was looking exactly at this whole, I guess this new one is DBE. What is that? I know MBE and SBE, but there's a notation of a DBE. I don't know what that means, that acronym is.
DBE?
It's in one of the pages that there's a MBE, SBE, and DBE. Ms. Penzel, are you aware what a DBE is? Disadvantage, okay, all right. Okay, so this was a hard bid, and the only difference that I seen was the price. Correct,
Yes,
in the generator?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, okay. In these hard bids, we can't stipulate any kind of specific local participation or sub-participation in those solicitations?
I would have to rely on Ms. Pemsel on what our procurement code would allow in a direct hard bid of this nature.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Chair. In our solicitation packets, we generally have forms for them to fill out. We call them now Schedules 1 through 4, for them to list the different firms that they're going to use. And that's always a part of our solicitation packet. So we do ask.
Okay, does it provide any preference of, does it provide any benefit in a hard bid?
Does it provide any benefit?
In terms of how staff recommends these? Because if it's a hard bid, it's my understanding that you're only looking at the price.
We are looking at lowest, most responsive, yes. That is the driving force behind that. So if we have RFPs and RFQs, we have a little bit of more, we have a committee and we have other factors we can use. But our code does not support that at this time, to be able to make a different decision based on the.
It's yes or no, Ms. Pensel. You confuse me when you start saying too much, so no, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm a
You're
little
saying no?
tired, so sorry about that.
So you're saying no?
No.
Okay, all right, good enough. I mean, when you start explaining, I'm like, I even forget the question that I asked, so, okay, no. All right, good enough.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
And, oh, I'm sorry, one last question, and I think this is not for Ms. Penzel. It's probably a Mr. Sherman question, but Mr. Manager, would you know that this money, because it's hurricane related, is coming out of the hurricane, I guess not the catastrophic, I love to call it that, but,
The major disaster
major
fund?
disaster, yes. Is that where it's coming from?
I believe so, Mr. Sherman. Is that the funding source?
Just go like this or this. It's going to be yes or no.
The generator that's going at the Public Works facility is being paid out of the Major Disaster Fund. The other two generators are being paid out of the facility funds. Because one is going to 2129 Congress, that's coming out of that project. And then, where's the other one going? Lindsay Davis, right, that's coming out of that project as well.
2129 already has a generator.
Right.
So-
Where's the other one going?
Lindsay Davis and the Brooks Center.
And Brooks Center, I'm sorry. Yeah,
I didn't know you
those
had-
coming out of the municipal facility fund that we budgeted.
Okay,
Moving a lot of facilities.
right, but there's not a fund specific to each building, correct, Mr.? It's an overall municipal building
Right,
fund, so it's not one specific to each project?
correct.
Okay, good, thank you.
Anything else? It has been moved and seconded that council award a bid to Zabat Engine Services to purchase and install generators. As your name is called, please answer yes or no, Madam Clerk.
Oh, gosh. Sorry. Councilperson McCoy.
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Pro Tem Boswell.
Yes.
Chair Votel.
Yes, that passes by a vote of 4 to 1. Number 19. We're getting there.
Resolution number 2121, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing a work order to Advanced Modular Structures, Inc. of Pompano Beach, Florida, to design, permit, and install modular building and infrastructure to house temporary fire station 87 in the amount of $1,582,181.25, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to transfer $125,000 from available Fire Impact Fees Fund 303, transfer $253,064.97 from Project 18010, City Hall Improvements, transfer $400,000 from Project 18036, Fire Station 86 Rebuild, transfer $626,886.85 from Project 18033, Fire Station 87 Renovation, for a total amount transfer in the amount of $1,404,951.82 to Project 21010 Municipal Facilities, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment for same from project number 21010 and provide an effective date. Madam Chair and members of the board, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would someone care to make a motion to approve Resolution 2121?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey.
Yes, it is with great pleasure that I bring this resolution and work order forward. This is for our temporary Fire Station 87 on the south side of Blue Heron, in the corner of Blue Heron and Avenue H on the Wells property. This is the first move in our advancement on the City Hall site and facilities there. We've discussed this multiple times. We put a solicitation out for modular firms to be able to react quickly and bring facilities, temporary and or permanent facilities, out of the ground timely. So with this work order, we'll be bringing the fire station, the apparatus bay, and a storage area, all associated, parking, lighting, security, and all elements as well as fencing to secure this temporary fire station location. Of the $1.5 million being contemplated for this project, we know local participation is a priority of this council, and we are working with our vendor. While this is a design build, so that they haven't yet engaged all of their design professionals to get a site plan, a layout, and fixed elements, the vendor has provided a list of commodities or trades that they foresee really being available to our local vendors to participate. Those commodities are the civil underground, paving, security elements, fire alarms, sprinklers, concrete work, and landscaping trades are ripe for local participation here with Riviera Beach firms. The elements that I've outlined total $465,000 or represent a potential 29% local participation of those elements of the project. You can imagine as a modular firm, the building itself comes off their factory and there's really no local participation available there. But all of the on-site work that'll happen here on the property is where we would consider a ripe opportunity for that participation. Speaking of, while this is a $1.5 million request to move forward, please understand the buildings themselves, and you'll see it in your backup, represent $467,000. And that's an asset that'll move into the city's portfolio. So as we move through this Reimagine Riviera Beach, we will be able to relocate these facilities, buildings, I should say, to other properties for other uses. They're being designed to be flexible for a multitude of purposes as we go forward. So the $460,000 building will be a fixed asset that we will use over and over again as we move forward with the entire capital program for new facilities for staff.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Madam Chair?
You're recognized.
So, Mr. Bailey, there's no local minority participation on this project as of yet that has been engaged?
No, because there is no design yet. So it's hard to ask the subcontractors to bid and participate when there is no design. But it is our intention, and that's why I've sort of outlined, we've worked with the vendor on what commodities we foresee having available for local participation. As the design moves forward, there'll be, and I know Ms. Pimsel is working with them directly, opportunities to engage the local community and firm up the participation as we get a little further along in the project.
Okay, so, follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I guess that's my only concern. I don't want to go forward with supporting this item without having a concrete path on what we're going to expect for local participation, whether it's a percentage or an expectation or an amount, because right now we're going to begin to engage them, but any vendor or any person on this contract can just simply say there's no local participation that we can utilize for this process. They can say that we don't have the ability or that we don't have the trained individuals, which we know that's just a cop-out or an excuse for not using locals and minorities in this project. I want that actually to be detailed and outlined, because if this is a design bid, we have the flexibility to determine how much percentage of local and minority participation we want, correct?
I would have to yield to Ms. Pemsel on the structure of the solicitation and the contract as to whether that statement is accurate.
Madam Chair, if I may, with regards to the local participation component, what we can do is once we get to design the facility and get to have the conversations with the developer, we can look to bring an update to the board as it relates to the anticipated number related to local participation. That would be before any type of activity related to construction can commence, so we would be able to give you a really good or close to accurate number. It is our intent, if there is 29% of the $1.5 million available, our intent is to get 29% of local participation. And we have communicated to the vendor on multiple occasions, our expectation is to allow for individuals that are qualified and capable of providing the service in our community to be provided the opportunity to participate on this project, especially since it is our project and it's an important project moving forward. So if it's the board's pleasure, we can come back with more accurate information and also provide you the information when we do have the outreach meetings with the prospective entities that would be working with us.
What, thank you, Mr. Evans. What amount of money will we have expended up until that design portion?
What would be the anticipated cost for the design?
We're not going to actually know about locals until we get to that design portion. Will we have spent any money up until that process?
The design is usually about 10% of the cost, isn't that, as far as industry standards, Mr. Bailey?
10 to 12%, so you're in that $150,000 to $180,000 range. But you're going to need the design irregardless of how we end up moving forward. You need a design, you're going to need to go through site plan approval and things of that nature before you really can put a shovel in the ground.
So once we have that design and we are owners of that design, if we decide not to move forward with this process or this project, we can still utilize that design for whatever other vendor we move forward with?
In theory, but on this particular contract, there is only one vendor for modulars. We would have to look at a very different process if we were to make that decision after the design is complete.
So understanding that the design is essential regardless of what direction we go, but it's only going to be germane to this vendor versus us using any other place. So it wouldn't matter if it's going to be a necessity or not. We're going to have to spend $150,000 to $160,000. And we just, at that time, will either make a decision to move forward with this vendor or we'll make a decision to stop the whole process and then we'll be out of that $150,000 to $160,000.
No, the element that is really proprietary to the vendor is just the building, right? Because they're a modular building company. We would have to seek out a different modular building company that could meet the general dimensions of the building and some of the other connections, fire alarms and things of that nature. But a very minor component of the building's the building. The square is going to be on paper. We would just need to find somebody else who could build us the same building with a different modular company, or we could do a traditional hard bid and find a company that might build it out of block or some other material in a timely manner. So you would have options at that point that the design is complete.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that my colleagues, and I'm sure that I do have their support, that once we get to that level, we've expended 10% of this total project, that we can move forward with minority and local participation. So making sure that staff has instructed, I know you have, this vendor, that is a necessity for us to move forward with this project. We have to empower our community when it comes to development, when it comes to growth and building and equity. Because if we don't demand it, then they're just going to continue to use their own GCs. So making sure that they use a percentage of our community to develop this. And that minimum 15% that we have in our charter is not something that I have an expectation, especially when we have the ability to determine what we want to bring to the table with this being a design bid. How's it, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anything else? It has been moved and seconded that council authorize a work order to advance modular structures to design, permit, and install modular buildings and infrastructure to house temporary Fire Station 87. As your name is called, please answer yes or no. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes, that passes by unanimous vote. Discussion by city manager.
Discussion on procurement code revisions?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the three items that are listed here, if it is the board's pleasure, we can place that on another agenda. If you'd like to go through them, we can certainly go through them. Staff is prepared to do so.
I dare anyone to say we want this tonight. Seriously, does anybody really care to have this tonight? We can postpone it.
No, I don't care.
Okay, I think we agree. We can postpone it. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Anything else, Mr. Evans?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may. With regards to some of the comments and remarks and things that have occurred over the last couple of weeks, I think it's important for the public to know the effort and energy that goes into these staff meetings and as well as the agenda process. Each particular agenda item is reviewed by a number of staff persons. The staff person's contact information is listed on the agenda when it is posted 7 days in advance. And to our residents and members of our community, if you ever have any questions, comments, or concerns, or would like to share your perspective, please feel free to reach out to us. We want to make sure that the items are as crisp as possible, that it communicates exactly what the intentions are of staff, and help to move this city forward. Some of the comments and grandstanding and just false narratives that are being shared out there in the community is just disingenuous in so many ways, because there's a lot of great people that work in this agency and put a lot of effort to try to move our community forward. And if we want to be a community of choice and place where people spend their dollars and invest in our community, we have to lead by example. And so when elected officials get death threats, when elected officials are criticized and scrutinized, I can tell you that these elected officials work very hard for this community. They get and receive hundreds, if not thousands, of emails on a monthly basis. They get tons of phone calls. They're talked to in parking lots, and so goes for staff. And they're doing their level best to do what's in the best interest of this community forward, to move this community forward. And if we're to see the fruits of this labor materialize into something that we can all be proud of, we have to work together collectively for the betterment of this agency. We are all entrusted with a responsibility to make this community better for future generations and take care of those that have paved the way for us. And so when we hear information with regards to the charter amendments and what that means, some of the information is grossly inaccurate, and what it does is it scares employees and people that rely on this agency for their livelihood. The first charter amendment that is on the ballot, the one that speaks specifically to the assessment, there is a provision in the charter right now that says the city shall, not may, shall assess for investments in roadway or stormwater that a private individual benefits from. So if there is a roadway that's in front of your home, or stormwater improvements that are in front of your home, in the charter now, there is a provision that the city shall assess. It's not a mechanism that hasn't been, it's a mechanism that hasn't been utilized since the 1980s, but it's a shall. We're looking to ask the voters to change that, because we believe that what you pay in ad valorem revenue is enough to be able to budget appropriately for roadway improvements. We don't want the additional burden to be placed on the taxpayers. We are looking to create a situation where it relieves any particular burden. Roadway projects cost millions and millions of dollars, and nobody wants to place undue burden on the residents of this community. The issue with regards to the police department and the fire department, we're trying to make those charter departments, so what it does is the elected officials now have the ability to establish, abolish, or modify any department in the city of Riviera Beach now. They have that authority now. By making the police department and charter departments, you're taking the authority away from the elected body to ever make that decision, and you, the voters, will be empowered to make that decision. So in the event that the voters ever decided that they did not want police or fire services, it would require a referendum. Right now, as it stands, if the board ever took action to say they wanted to contract out, modify, tweak, or abolish, they have that authority now. What they're asking for in the charter amendment is giving the residents back the authority and the ability to ensure that you will have a police and fire department in perpetuity, because it would require the voters to make a decision on the service provision as it relates to police and fire. So when you hear things that are out in the community, we've made ourselves available. We will visit you at your home. We will do whatever is necessary to educate and inform the community to make sure that you make a good decision based on all the information and facts that are in front of you. The fear-mongering, the coming to the podium and attacking persons, that's not productive. We're looking to try to bring well over $300 million worth of investment to this community. The world is watching. They can sit in their living room and watch our meetings, and when there's disruption or there's personal attacks, it's not conducive, and it's not the Riviera Beach that we all know and love. We want better for this community, but it starts in every conceivable thing that we do. Staff has to step up, the community has to step up, and we have to work together for the betterment of this community. And so as we get ready to go into what has been a challenging election season, vote your conscience. Vote based on what you think is in the best interest of your community and your family. But it doesn't have to get personal, divisive, nasty. We have to understand that we have a lot of people that have come here that believe in the vision here for this community from all different walks of life. We want to be the community of choice. We want people to work here, we want people to move here, and we want people to spend their disposable income here. But when we have outbreaks or we have things that are personal, it doesn't reflect who we are. And I beg and plead with you, allow for us to work together. We may be different sides of an issue, but it doesn't mean that it has to be personal. If anyone wants to sit down and have a conversation with anyone in staff, doesn't matter the time, area, whatever's necessary to make sure that you know you have access to your government, we're here. The true authority in government is derived by the public's agreeance to be governed. The real power is in the public. And so what we ask of you is, instead of believing what's out there, the rumor mongering, pick up the phone and give us a call. We'll meet with you Monday through Sunday, sun up to sundown, because we're here to make sure that we move forward to make this community truly, truly the best community in which to live, work, and play. And let us focus on the business of the public and let the loud noises and the nonsense cease. We're better than this, and I believe, and we've got a lot of exciting projects ahead of our community. So please, we just ask that there needs to be some civility and some decorum, because it needs to happen, and it needs to happen now. And folks are watching us, and I know that it's not a reflection on our community. We can do better, we expect better, and we can rise to the challenge that's in front of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Bravo, and thank you, Mr. Evans. Discussion by City Attorney.
No comments, thank you, Madam Chair.
City Council committee reports, I'll postpone mine until the next meeting. Does anyone else have a committee report?
Yeah, I did want to, I'm not sure if you received the email from the Government Affairs for Palm Beach Chamber North. They're having the mayor's breakfast, I guess, in September, but they want to do a mid-year update. So they wanted to know, Mayor, would you be available to do a 5-minute update on March 12th? It's a Zoom call from 8 to 9:30.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
I'll email them back.
Would you let them know? They say they haven't heard, so will you get back to them, Mayor?
I'm gonna, yeah, I can email.
Oh, you will, good, thank you, thank you. Statements by Mayor.
Madam
and City
Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, we have committee reports.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. First committee report, Mr. Evans, if you could just give us an update. I had a meeting with, or attended the meeting with the ports, and the concerns with us scheduling a upcoming meeting for a administrator or arbitrator to have a meeting in, I believe, February. They were kind of concerned because we originally scheduled it for January, but now it's scheduled for February 23rd and 24th, I believe.
Yes, Councilman, we've scheduled a meeting for February 23rd and 24th. If I'm not mistaken, I thought we anticipated that we were going to do the meeting in February. I wasn't sure if
I think the board was, the Port Commission was under the impression that we were going to host a meeting in January, and then didn't realize it was going to be in February. And then there's 2 meetings that they had scheduled for, that they wanted scheduled for February. So I'm assuming that's the 23rd and 24th.
That is correct.
So I just want to just bring that clarity to them, because they were concerned about the delays and just having the proper direction for where we're going as a council for the discussions about Peanut Island.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may. With regards to Peanut Island, at my last presentation to the Port Commission, we had the discussion in regards to trying to work together with the surrounding municipalities, the town of Palm Beach Shores, Palm Beach County, and the city of Riviera Beach, looking to have a facilitated discussion and conversation, because when I did go and have the initial presentation or discussion with the Port of Palm Beach, there still was some concerns with regards to Riviera Beach taking the lead as it relates to the project. So I promised to the Port Commission that we would schedule a meeting with representatives from those entities to look if there's conceivably a way to facilitate an arrangement that all parties can see some progress associated with this. And then our intent is, after this facilitated discussion, being able to report back to the Port Commission at their March 18th meeting. And then I also will be attending the Port meeting this Thursday at 4 p.m. to update them on what has gone on since our last conversation.
Thank you. And TPA meeting, we have a scheduled virtual TPA meeting for tomorrow morning, so colleagues, I'll have a report for you from the meeting tomorrow on our first meeting on the 3rd, unless Councilman McCoy is available for that 8 a.m. meeting.
Well, are you going?
I can attend, but I do have an interview with Ms. Virginia Baker at 10, so I just wanted to, in case the meeting's running long, I want to see if you'd be available, accessible, at least to jump in. Because I think the meeting starts at 8, but it normally runs till about 11:30.
I'll make an attempt.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other committee reports? Discussion, statements by the mayor and city council, starting with the mayor.
No comment.
Commissioner Miller Anderson.
Yes. I know there was a comment that was made regarding the 15th Street pothole. That has been being monitored, and I did speak with Ms. Jacobs regarding the permanent paving of that spot. They did not pave it yet because they've been monitoring it to make sure that it does not sink again, and they didn't want people driving over it. I pass there every day, so twice a day at least, so I do see it, and that's why I've been in communications with the Public Works Department as well as Utility District. So they're looking to be paving that very soon, but it was not forgotten. And regarding the amendments, I appreciate Mr. Evans mentioning that. And I kind of alluded a little earlier about the amount of scare tactics that are being put out there. I know the individuals that are pushing the opposite of what the amendments mean are educated enough to know that that is not true. And so to deliberately put out lies and play on the intelligence of the community makes absolutely no sense. So, you know, I just want to make sure that people understand, although you may know a person, please do your research, read the amendment. It's pretty clear that what is being put out there is the direct opposite of what the amendment says. Unfortunately, alternative facts is really making a comeback here, where we're now taking something and then thinking that it's okay to just straight out lie about something, and that's very disingenuous. And so I wish, if people have issues, just, you know, talk about the issues. I mean, say what the problem is, but don't sit here and try to confuse the community. And I know it's an election time, and thank God I'm not running against anyone, but I do understand how this goes. Every election, you always have the foolishness that goes on. But going to a point of just straight out lying is an issue, is a serious issue. And, you know, I just want to tell the community, please read, because they're banking on you not reading and just taking something because they put it out there, which is an absolute lie. What Mr. Evans just explained, it clearly tells you you're the one that is in control, and that is the whole point of having it. And I think it would be best if we, I mean, we know the truth. We know what it means. I mean, and so I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure people are telling the truth. Correct people when they're putting the wrong thing out there, and they're doing it deliberately. They know it don't mean that at all. Also, you know, Ms. Lanier, I think a couple meetings ago, mentioned about the death threats. She's not the only one that got death threats. There's a couple more of us up here that got death threats, including myself. But I understand that it's election time, and people do stuff trying to scare people up, but they need to understand that kind of stuff. Nobody's thinking about that, because I know where it's coming from. Just understand that people protect themselves. Just understand that when you think about doing stuff like that. Also, you know, I'm glad the people who were in the audience earlier spoke about this secret meeting situation. I think it was kind of I hope it was put to bed when they came up here and explained it, but that's my cue to stop talking?
Okay. No, go right ahead.
Regarding that whole, what's out there now on social media talking about a secret meeting, that meeting is nothing near what they want to equate it to being of this Hearst Chapel situation that happened years ago. There are a number of homeowners associations and neighborhood associations that request staff and council people to participate in their meetings. The picture of the agenda clearly says it was Pine Point. That was their agenda. And again, it goes back to the fact that people who are putting this out there, they know the truth, but yet they continue to push this conspiracy theory. And so, you know, if it's an issue, it's an issue. But it's not uncommon for council people and staff to go to different meetings and present information. So when we talk about this, just get the facts. And that's all I can say to people. Stop running with information that you get from people. Do your research, because you're pushing stuff that is not true all the time. And I think that's about all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know. Councilmember Miller Anderson and the manager about said it all.
Yes, you did.
But not quite. I would agree, Councilwoman Miller Anderson, about the death threats. I've been threatened 3 times, twice by members of the public and once by a city employee who said he was going to drop me. And I don't think anybody has to wonder whether or not I'm going to protect myself. It is what it is, and to that point, we still haven't had anything done by city administration when this same city employee lied to the police and denied it, but came back later in a redetermination hearing and recanted and admitted he did make threatening comments to me, but in his mind, he said it in a joking manner. So, and I didn't know initially, Councilmember Lanier, that you had received those death threats, and I guess to my surprise, I had the same ones in my mailbox. So I guess that's being handled with the police department. Thank you, Mr. Evans, for bringing out that explanation of the charter amendments, because I was literally outraged when I seen individuals. And I want to believe that they didn't understand, but before this was actually adopted to be sent to the voters, there was 2 times that we voted on it. There was one time where there was a workshop on it. So to suggest that is outright incorrect. And, you know, I was very much in support of the police and fire station, the police and the fire department charter amendments being presented to the voters, and it's specifically to give the voters that authority or that power to be able to control that. And, you know, I agree that, I don't know, I want to believe that they were mistaken, but it's clear that this was very much intentional to put that out there. I'm just going to jump right to the next item, and that was something I brought up to Mr. Evans regarding
organized activities at parks and recreation facilities. And to my surprise, and also because of it, I gotten calls from individuals about why are we doing organized sports at Wells Recreation in the middle of COVID. And I want to say that I found out that those activities being done are not actual city activities. And I want to ask the question about this interlocal agreement that we had, Ms. Nguyen, for you to, in your office, to look into. But clearly, I'm surprised that we're now having these schools, Suncoast Community High School, coming to use our facility because of an interlocal agreement, when in my opinion, they have the same facilities over at their school campus, and that presents the same thing that I was suggesting earlier, that we literally get the calls of why is it that certain individuals can use certain amenities that have been restricted to citizens and to the community at large. So, you know, I want to know if there's something within the agreement because of the current situation of this pandemic that we've restricted it for our own residents, that we cannot have a whole group of intramural sports taking place right in front of City Hall, and it looks like in some fashion that it's sanctioned by the city when that's not the case. And I think they're using this interlocal agreement, and I want to know if there's any provisions that we can exercise to suspend that activities to coincide with what we're doing, because clearly the school district isn't allowed them to do that on their own property. So I don't think that we should just be the immediate substitute, because it creates a lot of problems for us as a city and even more so as members of this body. So Ms. Nguyen, that literally came up, I think yesterday, and I would ask if you could, you know, look into it or come back with some explanation as to, and I guess this is a collaboration with also the manager, so, because I mean, his office and his staff would be the ones that would be implementing this. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. One last thing. I'm sorry. I can't read my writing in my eyes. It appears again we're lacking public notice and publications of these meetings consistent with the law, and I think this has probably been the third or fourth time that I've particularly noticed this, and I just want to know what are we doing and where we're going, because it seems like I keep finding ourselves in the same situation time and time again. That's all I have, and I just wanted to make sure that other members were aware that I'm putting it on the record in front of the manager. Thank you. The publication that has to be published outside the City Hall. Yes.
Thank you. Is that it? Mr. McCoy?
Yes, thank you, Madam
Thank you. Mr. Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only concern, colleagues, is the discussion about these amendments that's on the ballot. We had this conversation, and I was hesitant to even support the charter departments, which I think is a vital discussion, but my hesitation was that we would not have enough time to have community involvement and community charrettes. I stated this on the record when we first voted on this, and Mr. Evans gave me clear direction that we would have something out within a few weeks. And our first public meeting is not till February 22nd, which is going to be virtual, and then our in-person is going to be March 1st. I think we opened up the opportunity for discussion because we did not take the proper steps necessary to go through educating our community, having the community charrettes, having the discussions, and going through the steps necessary to discuss these amendments. And we left ourselves viable or open for discussion. That was my biggest concern, and that was the discussion. That's why I dissented on these items, because I knew that these topics would be hot-button items that were brought to the residents in a fashion that they would feel like they were rushed into making this vote and this decision. So them telling the narrative and us still not even having a public forum to discuss them, when that was the epitome of what I said we needed to do. Yet our first public meeting is not till February 22nd. And that's to have a discussion which will be a week out, or 2 weeks out from our election, 2 weeks out from the day that they have to make a decision. So it gives the opportunity for anyone to tell the story narrative, i.e. the same reason that the media can tell whatever story they want about the city, where we have to be crystal clear about what the city represents and what we're doing. So before we put these ballot initiatives out, we should have had these community charrettes, or we should have just waited till the next time that we could get them on the ballot, because there was no reason to rush these through. We have protected our departments since the inception, So I'm not sure if our colleagues had a change of heart or something was going to happen to where we had to get that charter departments on there. And from my understanding, since Mr. Evans said, I think we've never implemented the charging our residents a percentage in regards to something that said shall in our charter. So that is my other concern. If we've never actually charged our residents and we have not actually voted to make this a charter department, and my colleagues here seem to be in support of our police and fire, why did we rush this on here to have these residents vote on it? Because I'm absolutely in support of these items. My concern is that the residents may not know what we're voting on. The residents may be voting against it, and we may be having an issue or a problem to where they have a certain direction that we're having a discussion where it doesn't pass. Because I believe back in 2008, we had the same discussion. So why would we rush this on to the ballot? And that's my biggest concern. I wanted to make sure we were on the record because we keep talking about the narrative that's being portrayed, but we haven't done our due diligence and we dropped the ball. This was something we instructed our staff to get done immediately, and we still haven't had a public meeting or forum. That's the first concern. So if we really want to hold anyone accountable, we have to hold ourselves accountable first and foremost, because we need to make sure that we're telling the story. Colleagues, we have a few events that I want to announce for the city that's coming up. Tomorrow, JFK is actually going to be hosting an event. It's going to be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Emory Moore, he's actually the Professional School of Behavioral Health professional, and he's hosting a big event at JFK from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. There's going to be a lot of coverage, media coverage there. There'll be a lot of support for the kids. They're trying to really get the kids engaged. They had 125 kids withdrawn from the school, and they really want to get the kids back engaged, and they need the support of the city, of the residents. So if you have an opportunity to go by JFK tomorrow morning, they'll be there from 10 to 1. Black History Month. I'm hosting a series of events for the community to honor Black History Month. The first one is going to be supporting Black business. This week, I made it an initiative to support Black Business Week and to support Black businesses in the community. Because of Black History Month, I want to make it kind of normalcy within our community to support Black businesses. So I've visited different Black businesses within our community throughout Palm Beach County, and I'm asking for other residents to go out and support local Black businesses. Trailblazers and Community Pillars. I'm going to start airing that series that I've been interviewing residents from the community. I'm going to start that series that I've been interviewing residents from the community. It's going to be airing on the 22nd. I'm going to actually be airing that on Channel 18, on Facebook Live, on YouTube, and that's interviewing local pillars of our community. On March 30th, I'm going to be hosting Surviving Emotional Trauma. That is going to be a mental health in the minority community series that I've been doing within the community, and I would love for my colleagues to support that as well. Finally, next Thursday, hosting a job fair at the Marina. It's going to start at 10 a.m. and it's going to finish at 1 p.m. And that is February 25th. It's a job fair at the Marina. So please, residents, come out to support these events and come to things that you can. This job fair will be practicing social distancing, CDC guidelines, and we'll have a lot of opportunities for our residents. Thank you.
Commissioner Lanier.
I just wanted to say that if anybody has ever heard the term gaslighting, gaslighting means that I'm telling you that the sky is purple, but really it's blue. But you just keep trying to convince me that it's purple. Gaslighting is saying that you're supposed to be doing the same thing that we've been doing, and we're in the middle of a pandemic. Nothing is the same. Things are different. And gaslighting is actually saying that people have misinformation when really it is a lie. People are lying. It is not mistruths. It is not misinformation. It is a blatant, bold-faced lie. And when you say that we are putting out amendments that people don't understand, again, don't gaslight me. The people in Riviera Beach, the residents who live here, are smart enough to read and to know what is on the table here. There are two amendments. One says that, guess what? I'm not going to make a motion and somebody gives me a second and then the police department now becomes the sheriff department. That is what that means. And number two, I'm not going to charge you 50% if I'm gonna do road work on your road. It's two simple, very clear items. And people are actually lying. And it's so funny because it appears that when people come up here and they start lying, it's like, do you really know that you are actually lying here? And that people can't buy this? You're trying to gaslight me. You're trying to muddle the waters. But these things are very simple, these amendments are. We are having the city to go out and talk about what these amendments are, but they are very simple. We don't have residents who are dumb or who are stupid or who can't read or who don't know what time it is. They do know. They know what this means. And just like 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, when we had our election and the people in this city said they were fed up. They were fed up with how this council was being run, how people were here and how they were doing business, and got rid of every last one of them. That is what the residents of this city does, and this is what they will do. If people continue to lie and gaslight us into thinking that one thing is something else, the residents are not stupid, they are not blind, and they know what is happening here. They know who's behind these things. To say things like Dr. Brotel is racist. When you say that Dr. Brotel is racist, if anybody who sees me on Facebook would say that, that Shirley is a Black Panther Party type of girl. And I have been black all my life, so I know a racist when I see one. People like Fang Losman who say, oh, I'm going to tell my black friend, Key, bingo. When you have to tell me about your black friend, then I know already what time it is. So what we have here is people making these accusations that are lies. And I know a racist when I see one, and Dr. Brotel is not one of them. Trust me, I've been black all my life. I know it when I see it. So to have people to come to this council to gaslight us, to tell us what we know to be blatantly untrue, not only does it a disservice to the city, but you look foolish. I don't think that people understand when they come up here and lie how foolish they look. So I would caution you people who come to the council and who blatantly lie and who try and gaslight us, you better be careful. Because not only do the residents know this, the residents will check you on this. So my comments tonight are about the fact that no longer are we going to continue to allow to be gaslighted and to be lied to. And it's what Mr. Evans has said and what Ms. Kashamba Miller has said is that if you want any information about what is happening in the city, what is going on, any information that you need, come call us. Call City Hall. The people who are supporting other candidates, look who Malcolm X said, if you want to know who a person is, look behind them and see who's supporting them. That would tell you everything you need to know about that person, who supports them, birds of a feather type of deal. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands, especially ones who are looking at us at 11:38 at night. I'm so sorry it ran so long. But the fact that we are sitting here and we know the game is on the table here and that we're going to continue to dispel these rumors, not mistruths, to dispel these lies that continue to go on. And Madam Chair, those are my comments.
Thank you so much. I also want to make a statement about the amendments, and I was not certain until this evening, Mr. Evans, that we could encourage people to vote. Can we? I don't want to say too much unless I have the legal authority to say what's on my mind. Is it appropriate for me to say what's...
I don't think that was done. You can't tell people how to vote.
Okay, but I can tell you that I voted yes on both those amendments, and I think most people in this city are smart enough to know when they've been lied to. Yes, on the amendment about the police means that we are protecting our police and fire from being outsourced. I never advocated for anything, for the sheriff to take over, no way. Yes on that amendment means we're protecting our police and fire. Yes on the amendment about the 50% means we're protecting you, the taxpayers, from being doubly taxed. We're protecting you from being taxed for the roads that we put in front, or for the bridges, as a matter of fact, in Palm Beach Isles. We're protecting you if you vote yes. And I have, because I've been cautious about recommending how people vote, I've always just said to them, I'm voting yes. And then they can make their own minds. They're smart enough to read those amendments and know what they mean. And thank you for reminding me about that term, gaslighting, because that's what's been going on. They've been lied to. And it's really a shame. It's shameful that people would take the position that our citizens aren't smart enough to know when they're being lied to. I'm not going to even comment about the meeting that I held on Thursday night. I think enough has been said about that. It was not a special secret Hearst Chapel meeting. It was not anything of the kind. It was a meeting. Oh, I'm not going to comment. I think enough has been said. I do want to say that tomorrow night I'll be having a town hall meeting here in this building, and everyone is welcome to attend. It's a very chock-full agenda. I think it'll be of interest to many people. We're starting at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, and I hope to see you here. We will be practicing CDC guidelines, and masks will be required. And if there's nothing else from this council, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.